The Astros in Anaheim for just one more. They have a shot at taking a series win over the Angels after last night's performance by Dallas Keuchel. And he said it's not how you start, it's how you finish. But how he started was not how he drew it up. After the team giving him a one-run lead in the bottom of the first, 2 out, 2 strikes home runs to Mike Trout and Albert Pujols. After just a couple of bad pitches early in the game, he started rolling, finding that breaking ball, really getting into control, retiring the last 18 batters he faced. He's our Geico quote of the day. He said, "I knew it was going to turn around because I'm a pretty good competitor." Went on to say, losing 5 straight does not sit well with me. He got his first W since April 15th. I said earlier, he started rolling in that 3rd inning, and I'm going to toss this up to Alan Ashby, who was up in the booth to call this one last night, but Castro called him the old Dallas. Ash, what did you think of that?
Yeah, that's really intriguing, Julia, and encouraging, I think, as well. Jason Castro, as much as anybody would know what the old Dallas looked like. Watching the game, sometimes it's really tough from this distance to evaluate. I thought it was fantastic to see, as you said, 18 in a row retired by Dallas after a 2nd inning single. That was all the Angels would get against Dallas, other than the 2 home runs in the 1st inning. But watching locations, certainly better than we've seen to this point on the season, but maybe still room for improvement. And I think that's really great in terms of what Dallas Keuchel seeks to be able to do. And you talked about the competitive nature that Dallas has. So we'll see if Dallas can get on a run. I know that this rotation and the entire ball club would love to see that happen. We are set to work it here in Game 3 of the series as the Angels loosen it up. The Astros starting lineup, presented by Southwest Airlines, will feature George Springer in the top spot, 3 hits last night, followed by Jose Altuve and Colby Rasmus. Middle 3, Evan Gattis does the catching. Luis Valbuena and Tyler White are in there. And the bottom 3, Marwin Gonzalez gets a start at shortstop. Jake Marisnick had a pair of hits last night, followed by Tony Kemp in left field.
For the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, it will be Nick Tropiano, ex-Astro farmhand, making his 10th start on the season. In his last 5 starts, he has not allowed a run in the 1st inning. Astros would like to change that and manufacture some. He's actually got a pretty good record against the American League West with a 6-2 record and a 2.48 ERA. And he has not figured in a decision against the Houston Astros, going 4 1/3, only gave up 2 unearned runs in that game. But make sure that you keep track of how many balls and strikes Nick Tropiano throws, because he is another guy that the Astros are going to have to be patient on, not in the sense they got to wait for the pitch to get to home plate like they did with Jared Weaver, but they got to make sure he gets in the strike zone. He can be wild. 4 walks per 9 innings so far.
Yeah, as Blummer's talking about Nick Tropiano, really good the last 3 starts, and the Angels feel like he's coming on as a major league starter now. He starts things with a strike. George Springer had hits in his first 3 at-bats in last night's game. Swinging it well, hitting .274, leads the club with 11 home runs, and 2nd in RBIs at 28. Tropiano right in front. Pretty much an ideal day for a ball game. Cloud cover. Comfortable temperatures here in Anaheim. Tropiano off speed, gets Springer down on strikes. So 3 pitches. And a strikeout of Springer. Out number 1 brings up Jose Altuve.
That didn't look too comfortable. Tropiano has a fastball, split, curveball, changeup, 4-pitch mix. Hitters are hitting .356 against that fastball, averaging 91 miles an hour.
5th start of the year for Tropiano right here in Anaheim, and 10th on the season. Against Altuve, and again, an unusual swing here as we saw on strike 3 with Springer. That off speed now for Tropiano, looking tough early on. Jose Altuve, as always, a part of the win last night. Had a sacrifice fly, moved up a runner early in the ball game that eventually scored, and played his typical sound defense. Ball and a strike. 9 home runs on the year for Jose. Tries to take a shot at right field and fouls it on the first base side. And after a few bounces there in the second deck, nice catch by one of the fans.
Stayed with it nicely.
Hang on to your seat as you start leaning over that railing, though.
That is not good.
Tropiano with the 1-2. Lined up the middle. That's a base hit. So on a breaking ball off the outside edge, Altuve goes out, puts barrel on it, and comes up with another knock.
Just looked like he stepped onto home plate to hit this one. As we look at our MD Anderson strike zone, you can see that he actually was inches away from stepping on home plate. Well on that white line on the inside part of the batter's box, but reaches out there and shoots it back up the middle.
Whatever it takes, right?
Yeah, and Jose Altuve is one of those guys that's just, you know, kind of the non-conformist. He's going to do whatever it takes to get the barrel on it.
Altuve now aboard, leads the league in stolen bases, 15 of them. Has only been caught once, but was picked off in last night's game, and the Angels throw over. Altuve has led the league in stolen bases the last 2 seasons. He's led the league in hits the last 2 years.
Astros runners have been picked off twice in this series already.
And watching Tropiano, that little slide step is going to be really tough to run on. You're right, and it's been a frustrating part of things for the Astros with the poor start on the season. Number of mistakes made on the base paths.
Yeah, there have been quite a few.
Shift on for Colby Rasmus. 3 infielders on the right side. Only the third baseman Escobar playing on the left side. Escobar, a guy who was ejected from last night's game for arguing at home plate. Colby Rasmus, 8 home runs, hitting just .229 now, but leads the club with 31 ribbies. And a strong throw and got him. Altuve has been picked again. So back-to-back ball games, Altuve getting picked off at first base, and good quick feet from Tropiano.
Scouting reports will tell you if a pitcher has a good move. We know that Angel catchers have good arms, but Jose Altuve maybe thinking about the steal, extending that lead a little bit, but Tropiano with the quick move saw Altuve leaning right there, and that's what led to another pickoff. 3 straight games with a pickoff for the Houston Astros.
So 2 outs, nobody on base. Rasmus with a 1-0 count sees it move to 2-0.
Here's a good look on Supermo, brought to you by Mattress Firm. That one little lean is the difference between safe and out.
Former Astros pitcher Nick Tropiano brings it and falls behind 3-0 now on Colby Rasmus. Evan Gattis doing the catching today, waits on deck. Well, the numbers would indicate that the month of May has not been kind to Colby. A 4-pitch walk, he's aboard, and Evan Gattis coming to the plate. So the Astros have gotten a glimpse at what Nick Tropiano could do with the quick feet coming over to first base.
Yeah, I wonder at what point as a manager you just say, guys, shut it down.
You know, and that's been tough, I think, for A.J. Hinch, because one of the things the Astros lived on last year was the aggressive game. And so do you now say, okay, we no longer need to be aggressive to win? It's a fine line. The chopper at the plate. Evan Gattis with 5 long balls. 13 RBIs now. This is the guy that led in both of those categories for the Astros last year. In last night's game, Gattis went 0 for 3, hit by a pitch. Blummer mentioned that it was pure blood and guts that allowed Gattis to remain in the game.
You need guys on your team that are willing to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Whether it be 95 or 75.
Look, if you got to take one for the team, that wasn't a bad way to do it, right?
Yeah, I'd be leaning in too if Jared Weaver was throwing at me.
Jared Weaver did not set any radar guns on fire last night, and yet managed to hang in there until Jason Castro got him. Big 2-run home run to center field for Jason. Strike 3 called. A couple of strikeouts in the inning. The Astros have a hit and a pickoff and leave a man. Scoreless ball game. We go to the bottom of the first inning for Mike Scioscia's LA Angels of Anaheim. As we look at some of the sights of the area, the lineup will have Yunel Escobar back in the top spot. He's had a good year with the bat, followed by Cole Calhoun and Mike Trout, who homered again last night. Part of a back-to-back with Albert Pujols, who's the cleanup man. Johnny Giovatella and Rafael Ortega finish out that middle three. The bottom three, Cliff Pennington, he's at shortstop. Jet Bandy does the catching, and Caleb Coward is at first.
For your Houston Astros, you're going to get a look at Doug Fister making his 10th start on the season. He was 1 out away from getting his 7th straight quality start through 106 pitches last outing against Baltimore at home in Minute Maid. Went 5 2/3, only gave up 2 earned runs, but has been pitching well in May with that 3.09 ERA in May.
And Doug Fister likes to keep a quick pace on the hill.
He might be the greatest getaway day pitcher ever.
Provided he can get the outs, he'll try to move a ball game. There's no question. 1-1 count as Escobar taps it foul. Talk about the nice year Escobar has been having. 307 batting average, 3 dingers, 13 RBIs.
Looks like he dove into the batter's box.
He'll go up there and take his hacks. And a guy who will use the entire field gets jammed as he puts it on the ground. Valbuena takes his time, throws high, but a nice job by Tyler White into foul territory, comes down on the bag, and out number 1.
Good footwork by Tyler White. But we've seen in this series, they've really tried to get in the kitchen of Escobar, making him uncomfortable with some of those sinkers. Last night it was a cutter and fastball from Dallas Keuchel in here. Valbuena gets in a good position. Just didn't finish the throw. But thankfully, Tyler White's over there. Some fancy footwork.
That was nice by Tyler. So many question marks at the start of the season as to how Tyler would be defensively at first. But he's proven to be more consistent there than with the bat. Cole Calhoun gets a hold of one and drives it deep to right. And a good 5-6 rows back into the seats. And with that swing, the Angels take their early 1-0 lead. For Calhoun, number 4 on the year.
Good old-fashioned ambush right there from Cole Calhoun. Sitting on that first pitch heater from Doug Fister. That was a sinker that just flattened out. Good swing from Cole Calhoun. You don't want to give up bombs, but solo shots are okay.
Well, we saw it twice yesterday in the first inning. Dallas Keuchel gave up the back-to-back jobs by Trout and Pujols, and then really settled in.
I say just get them out of the way early and then just move along, right? Because after a leadoff base hit in the second inning, Dallas Keuchel shut down 24 straight Angel hitters.
Like Trout hits a ground ball to short. Marwin is there. And you see that speed of Trout getting down the line. Second out of the inning, it'll bring up Albert Pujols.
I mean, we say enough about Mike Trout, but I really appreciate the fact that every ground ball we've seen him hit against the Astros over the years has been a bang-bang play at first, and that tells me Mike Trout is hustling on every play.
How do you think a 180-pound defensive back would feel about Mike Trout coming at him?
Not comfortable at all. I'd like to watch it, though.
Be fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be that guy.
It's been fun watching Mike Trout play some baseball as well. Albert Pujols. DH today. He was the first baseman last night. Just a .220 batting average. But still bringing it with the long ball. 11 home runs this year. 34 RBIs. Has the shift on the infield. Pfister comes with that slider and misses away. This is the 5th year of the 10-year deal signed by Albert Pujols with the Angels. So the Angels are looking at 5 more years beyond this year to pay him. And those are some big dollars coming his way. Hit .244 last year, but Pujols also hit 40 home runs a year ago. He's had a couple of years now in an Angels uniform, driving in over 100 runs. Half swing goes through. Pujols down on strikes. For a strikeout on the afternoon for Doug Pfister. 1-0 Angels.
Halos over the Astros. We'll go to the second. Every Wednesday night home game is $1 Hot Dog Wednesday, presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. Your next chance for $Dogs is Wednesday, June 1st. For more info, visit astros.com/$Dogs or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Lineup a little different today. Colby Rasmus had the day off yesterday, but today it's Carlos Correa, and AJ's trying to give some days off to a few different guys, especially the middle infielders. Right now they had half a game off the other day, but he's telling these guys they have the day off the night before as well, just so they can get a full night and day for a mental break. I don't know how much this helps you guys out. You both played the game, but these guys can get their treatment and just take a full day off, and hopefully doesn't have to use them off the bench today, guys.
Thanks, Julia. And I think it actually leads to a good question. Do those days off help you more mentally or physically over the course of the long season?
Well, I know you've asked our producer for a couple mental days after working with me, and I know how beneficial they can be. No, they are beneficial. Anytime you can unplug a little bit and get your mind away from it and maybe think a little bit freer about what's going on and not have to worry about that in-game stress that comes along with baseball when you're playing every day, I think it's a good thing to give those guys a break, especially on these day games too. Day games after night games are not exactly a whole lot of fun.
Luis Valbuena has a 2-1 count. Did you find that when you got one of those days off, you're the starter at whatever position, third base, and you get a day off, Did you relax, or were you antsy about when you were going to get in?
Well, and it kind of depends. I played a lot of National League baseball, but I know when I got the day off in an American League ballpark or on an American League team, it was a little more of a legitimate day off because you knew the opportunity for the pinch hit was slim unless it was an extremely close game in August or September where they desperately needed a win. So early on in the season, if you get a day off like this in an American League ballpark, you can go ahead and shut it down.
And ball 4 on Valbuena. He tries to get something started here in the second inning. That's the second walk now issued by Tropiano. Yeah, and that's valid between the two leagues. But I did find that getting a day off often meant just pacing and wondering, okay, where do I fit in? Where am I going to get in the game today? What do I do to stay loose in between? And, kind of everything that goes with it. Sometimes a day off can be a little bit overrated in terms of the relaxation that it might bring.
I'm going to say you get that conversation with the manager who says, hey, you got the day off unless.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And that's where you're unable to take, both prongs out of the wall and really, disconnect with what's going on.
Unless, and then, of course, about the second or third inning, the guy that's playing for you gets ejected, and you find yourself right in the ball game. Talked about Yunel Escobar of the Angels last night pulling that stunt, and hey, it's really tough on the guys that are sitting waiting to perform a role. White pops it on the first base side, right over the Astros dugout. 0-2 the count on Tyler.
And Julia talked about how AJ will go to the guys the night before so they can just have the night off kind of thing. And I've had that happen to me a couple times and be ambushed the next day when the guy you're supposed to, yeah, all of a sudden has a mystery ailment. Maybe has Tropianoitis.
Yeah, I doubt that's happened yet, but there were plenty of pitchers around that you'd get sick for, right?
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Not you personally, but
all of a sudden had the that Chris Sale-itis.
Chris Sale-itis would be a strong one. Yunel Escobar last night did not like that call, apparently.
And as soon as he pointed at home plate, that's what Vic Carapazza did not appreciate. And that immediately got Caleb Cowart loose. And those unexpected changes are where that really gets you too. You got to get hot in a hurry. They don't have a bullpen for position players.
Well, Caleb Cowart came to the plate and quickly earned Yunel Escobar a strikeout.
Yeah, he said, take that.
One pitch later, and he was dust. White gets a piece and fouls it off. That's a little closer to the Tyler White we saw early on in the season, able to get after that pitch away. And
I'd like to see that Tyler White that showed up in Yankee Stadium and U.S. Cellular.
Yeah. U.S. Cellular kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Launched a couple of home runs.
Multi-home run game for Tyler out there.
He's got 7 long balls on the season, 18 RBIs. Player of the week in the American League that first week of the year. It's a ground ball to short. This sets up for the double play. 6-4-3. They turn it easily. It goes Pennington to Giovotella and on to Cowart. And just like that, 2 outs here in the inning. Base is empty as Marwin Gonzalez comes to the plate. So the Astros have had Altuve picked off and now the double play. So when they've gotten runners, they're not lasting long. Marwin is that utility infielder and a good one. But because of that, he's also the guy that plays shortstop when needed. And that, you figure, won't happen very often. But I think Carlos Correa has kind of gotten himself in a spot where maybe that day off can pay off for him.
Yeah, it just surprises me every time Carlos comes up there to see that 240 batting average. Such a good ball player.
Little bunt back toward the mound. Tough play, Tropiano. And he'll make a fine play to get it. A little bit awkward with that throw, but nicely done when it's all said and done. And only 3 hitters come to the plate in the second. 1-0 Angels. 1-0 Angels. They have picked up a home run from their two-hitter, Cole Calhoun. Doug Fister set to embark upon the second inning, facing second baseman Johnny Giavotella. He'll be followed by Rafael Ortega, the left fielder today, and Chad Pennington at shortstop. Pennington fresh off the DL. Each side with a hit, but that hit for the Angels goes all the distance as this line drive off the end of the glove of Valbuena. It's a leadoff single. That'll bring up the left fielder, Rafael Ortega, as we take a peek at that line shot.
See Luis Valbuena playing in. Pretty good reaction, though. Third base is tough enough as it is, and then you play a day game. Sometimes it's tough to pick the ball up at some of these ballparks. Pretty good reaction, though, for Valbuena on that bullet.
One ball and no strikes. Ortega hitting .271, has just 85 at bats. Runner goes, the pitch drilled to right field. Colby's there to make the catch, and the Astros will get the easy double play. Moving all the way to third base on the line shot is Giavotella, and after going on the pitch, really nothing Giavotella could do.
Beautiful. Angels trying to take a chance, creating movement. But sometimes you're going to run into a double play. You can see Giavotella peeking in. I really don't think there was an opportunity, even if he had stopped to get back.
No. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't look quite right to anybody watching, but you're already at second base by the time you realize where the ball's going. So Fister catches a break. Chad Pennington is now at the plate. Switch hitter. Has a 2-0 count. And now 3-0 as Fister immediately falls behind. Pennington came off the DL just yesterday. Missed 14 games, left hamstring strain. It was May 12th when he had to leave the game with that injury. And prior to being put on the DL, had done a nice job hitting .286. Pennington, now 32 years of age, takes high and a 2-out walk. First issued by Fister.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Jake Marisnick had a couple of Miller Time moments out there last homestand, chasing down some long fly balls for his pitchers. This was a nice one right here. Ball tailing away from him, stays with it.
Jet Bandy doing the catching today. Big right-hand hitter, hitting .286. Watching him throw down on the field in between innings. Good, strong throwing arm. Big swing and a towering pop into shallow center field. Jake Marisnick is there. He'll make the catch. And with the double play in the inning, that'll do it for the Angels. They leave a man on the walk to Pennington. It's 1-0 Halos. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Nice ballpark. Folks still coming in. 1-0 Angels. They missed the home run by Cole Calhoun in the first inning with 1 out against Doug Fister. Nick Tropiano, the former Astro, is on the hill for the Halos. He'll face Jake Marisnick, Tony Kemp, and George Springer here in the 3rd inning. Marisnick, a pair of hits last night, now hitting .145. Guy who hit 9 home runs a year ago, still looking for that first long ball. Tropiano has not yielded a home run over his last 2 starts. Tropiano with that leadoff slider for the called strike. And again, back to the slider. Saw Matt Shoemaker in game 1. The Angels won that one 7-2, who utilized a splitter and a fastball up to 94 miles an hour in that one. Very effective.
Yeah, Astro hitters were unable to lay off that split finger from Shoemaker.
Last night, Jared Weaver not throwing hard at all, but he battled along until the 2-run home run by Jason Castro. That was the difference maker. 3-1 now. Jake Marisnick leading off the 3rd inning. Julia talked last night about Jake Marisnick getting away from that leg kick now that he started the year with and tried to employ more power with. Sees a full count. Marisnick, of course, hasn't played a whole lot this year. Just gets a piece as he fouls it back. 55 at bats on the season. Nick Tropiano trying to settle in as a regular part of this rotation now for the Angels. Fastball hit sharply at 3rd, and that'll be an infield single. Jake Marisnick hits this one about as sharply as anything we've seen from Jake this year.
Yeah, I think he just destroyed Escobar's left wrist. That ball was smoked on a line. Escobar's not happy about that.
Well, while they attend to Yunel Escobar at 3rd base, and we see why, Jake Marisnick has a good solid at bat now to kind of think upon. And you hope that he can turn an at bat like that into many more to come.
Good look at it. Kind of tries to play it off to the side, but oof, man, right on that wrist thumb area.
On a ball like that at 3rd base, do you feel like there's any reaction time? Once you set the glove there, can you even make a reaction to that ball?
No, you're thinking knock it down. It's you know, I mean, part of it's self-preservation, but at the same time, you're like, how do I keep this ball in front of me?
Probably much like a catcher where you go down, you try to become a goalie somewhat and just keep it in front, but there really isn't a reaction time.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I mean,
Yunel's done, huh?
I don't know. I hate to be that guy. Caleb's going to go to 3rd base, and C.J. Crone's coming into this game at 1st base.
So Crone will head on down to 1st base, and Coward takes over at 3rd base. So for the 2nd straight game, Yunel Escobar has to come out for one reason or another.
Must have squared him up pretty good to get him out of that ball game.
There you go. There's the off day for C.J. Crone, and by the 3rd inning, no longer an off day. And Crone is a guy that with the Angels this year has had his struggles offensively.
You know, but getting back to 3rd base, you just try and put yourself in a position where you turn into, like you said, a catcher. You just block it. Try and keep it in front of you somehow so that you have the ability to pick it up and throw them out. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on an over 400 supported devices with MLB.TV Premium, which includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Nobody out. Speed with Marisnick aboard. Tony Kemp at the plate. 9-hitter for the Astros. Nick Tropiano has been keenly aware of the Astros on base. Picked off Altuve. That came in the first inning. Off speed, and Tony Kemp well in front. Kemp hitting .211 in the early goings. Yet to hit a home run, yet to drive in a run. Has scored a pair. And again, a throw to first base, and that's close on Marisnick.
You talked about Tropiano keeping a good look on base runners at first base. As an Angels pitcher, why wouldn't you? You've recorded 3 outs in this series on just a standard pickoff to first base. And none of them were left-handed pitchers.
Fair to say that shouldn't be happening?
Yeah.
Ball and a strike. Shift on 3 infielders on the right side. And they have shallowed up on that side with Tony Kemp at the plate.
That's an interesting look from Giovitella.
I'm kind of curious as a manager, Mike Scioscia, how does he let his infielders know exactly what he's looking for right here? Is there that many, and another close play there on the pickoff attempt? Are there that many options that a manager puts out for the infield to be able to utilize?
Well, for me, it's all pregame. It's all the strategizing before the game, where you talk to these guys and explain to them. They'll be designated. Much like Gary Pettis is the outfield guy. I think Rich Dower works with the infielders on the Astros side, but they'll have a conversation before the game and say, if Tony Kemp comes up, we're going to play him shallow, but in a shift situation. I'm just kind of surprised to see him in a shift situation, because what we've seen from Tony Kemp is a lot of slashing and going the other way.
I agree. We saw Colin Moran pick up his first couple of hits in the major leagues in game 1 of the series, and he utilized the left side of the field in the process, and the Angels were employing the shift. It's 1-2 now on Tony.
That was a better throw. Marisnick was out. Kind of handcuffed C.J. Cron over there, and he was unable to put a tag down.
Now I'll go back to your question. Is there a point where you say, let's shut this down? Let's let the bats see if they can take advantage of somebody on base.
It's got to be going through the head of A.J. Hinch.
On the fists of Kemp.
Good job of fighting that off.
Yeah, there has to come a point at some time where the skip says, okay, guys, enough. We're going to have to kind of go back to square one here a little bit.
Well, you're getting.
Or do you?
I mean, there's all kinds of things we can speculate on, but I mean, I would just like to see, Altuve gets picked off with Colby Rasmus at the plate. We've seen guys get picked off the base paths with some relatively good hitters at home plate. That's what would be frustrating to me, and is.
Again, Kemp gets a piece, stays alive. Of course, then you can think on the other side. Altuve leads the league in stolen bases. He's been caught just once. Of course, that doesn't factor in the pickoffs. But would Colby Rasmus rather swing with a man at first or a man at second? The answer is obvious. But you'd rather have a man on base than none.
And as far as aggressiveness, I would rather have it be aggressive trying to steal the bag as opposed to aggressive leads.
Yeah, I hear you. So if you're not quite so aggressive on the lead, does that sometimes lead to leaving too early and trying to steal the bag?
That seems a little in depth.
Maybe so. Hot shot to third, and now another double play as Jake Marisnick maybe threw the read that said that ball's going to go through or whatever, but the Astros have another runner caught off base.
Seen some creative double plays in this game already from both sides.
So he goes 5-3 on that line drive. Nice play by Coward.
It's a tough read, too, because the only player on that side of the infield was Caleb Coward.
Look at that swing by George Springer. And I mean, he was all over that pitch. So 2 double plays against the Astros. 1 man picked off. You can turn around the other way. There's been a double play on an aggressive play with the Angels batting. George takes a strike. It's 0-2. Springer strikeout victim in the first. Tropiano appears that he might be throwing a bit harder than we saw when he pitched with the Astros. Popped up right near the mound. Tropiano calls. He's eventually called off as Cron makes the play, and that'll do it. 3 hitters in the third, 1-0 Angels.
Nothing over the Houston Astros. Time now for our Chevy Stroh poll. What do we got? What's your favorite Astros nickname? We've had a couple of these. These are a little more current. We've got El Oso Blanco. For those of you just tuning in and learning all these names, that's Evan Gattis. Great White, Tyler White, Show Raya. Pretty much explains itself. And we've got Devo for Chris Davinsky.
First pitch of the inning, lined into left center field, solid base hit. And held with that single is Coward. So that first pitch of the third inning from Doug Fister is a base hit. Angels have a man aboard for the top spot in the order, and that's C.J. Cron now taking over for Escobar. Escobar injured on that hot shot hit by Jake Marisnick as Cron takes a strike. 3 hits for the Angels, 2 for Houston. Doug Fister may be thinking there are outs with this move, throwing to first base. Takes a shot.
Why not?
A little bit of a slide step as Cron fouls it off. 0-2 the count. C.J. Cron has been close to the everyday first baseman. We mentioned that Albert Pujols has played 15 times over there at first this year. Just away. By the way, you're watching Evan Gattis behind the plate. And so far, he's been fine.
It's the first time he's had a start and caught somebody other than Colin McHugh.
I thought where you might go is that first time he's had a start without everybody speculating as to how he might do behind the plate.
No, I think he's just a part of that catching rotation now for the Houston Astros.
And you hope that's the case. You want it to be that way for Evan Gattis as strike 3 is called. Caught looking is Cron. First out of the inning, it'll bring up Cole Calhoun, who launched that long home run in the first inning.
Yep, that one didn't break. That was the 0-2 Trickham, or the 1-2 Trickham straight shot down the middle.
So that was the line when you're guessing slider and the guy throws you a heater right through the heart of the plate, huh?
Yeah, you just come back and you tell the boys, learn that from Carlos Lee. Come back and you go, yeah, didn't break.
Yeah, I used to enjoy those teammates who could, you know, kind of have a little bit of a chuckle out of some moments.
You got to appreciate the game for what it is. Everybody knows it's pretty hard, but you got to have some levity to it.
When the greatest who have ever played have made an out 40% of the time in their best of seasons, or excuse me, made an out 60% of the time, then you know how tough it is.
So that should have been my approach. If I only suck 70% of the time.
To what degree?
I'm going to be okay.
3-0 the count on Calhoun. Now see, that takes the pressure off you.
It does, yeah. Every time I got out, just go back. See, I was supposed to stink.
I wonder if you could take that into contract negotiation.
No, look at the amount of times I was awful. Look at that, that's a good number.
Calhoun draws the walk. Runners at first and second now. That's the second walk issued by Doug Fister and brings up the dangerous Mike Trout. Howard the lead runner. Calhoun at first. Mike Trout grounded out to shortstop in the first. Mike Trout, with everything he does, just continues to stack up with some of the greats who have played the game early in their careers. Already 150 home runs. One of 8 players all time with 150 home runs, score 500 runs, and do it by the age of 24. He's a patient hitter that'll strike out a lot.
Yeah, he's not fearful to get into that 2-strike count.
In game 1, had a 3-run double. On the off-speed breaking ball down on strikes. So Fister pulls the string. Gets another strikeout here in the inning. That's 3 on the afternoon for Fister. 2 down for Albert Pujols.
I think we just saw Mike Trout turn into a human. Good job by Fister to get that punch out. He's not done yet.
I'll bet the DNA would say only partial human.
Exactly.
Pujols the cleanup man. There are some around the Angels who will say privately that this Angels offense surrounds entirely Trout and Pujols. I think you could probably mix in Calhoun, some Escobar in there as well. But it's those 2 guys in the heart of the order that are driving in the runs. Oh, to the count. Career 1,732 RBIs for Albert Pujols. Past Honus Wagner, 21st on that all-time list. Off speed, that slow curveball picks up a couple of strikeouts, getting Trout and Pujols, and that'll do it for the Angels. They strand a pair, but lead it 1-0.
Is presented by authority of Houston Astros, LLC, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Houston Astros, LLC.
We're back for the fourth inning. Angels on top 1-0. A first inning home run by Cole Calhoun, the difference in the game. For the Astros, two-hitter Jose Altuve leads off here in the fourth, followed by Colby Rasmus and Evan Gattis. Former Astro Nick Tropiano has been good through three. Line shot into left center field. Altuve picks up his second knock of the afternoon. He's 2 for 2. But following that first hit, he was picked off at first.
Somebody's getting hot again.
Yeah, that'll be nice to see, won't it?
Yes, it will.
We were talking about how he likes the high pitch. He drives another one.
Attacking that first pitch.
No, in that first at bat when he got the base hit, he attacked the pitch a foot outside down and away and got his knock. And you know, I've felt all along when you watch Jose Altuve and he gets hot, he'll hit anything. It just doesn't matter. He's just that good. So Altuve, the league leading stolen base player at first base. Rasmus not seeing many pitches with Altuve aboard. Nick Tropiano made his major league debut with the Astros September 10th of 2014. Pitched very well. In fact, beat Seattle going 5 innings in that one and beat Hisashi Iwakuma. Colby Rasmus takes a strike. And we mentioned it numerous times. Colby's brother Corey Rasmus is a pitcher with the Angels. Currently one of 9 Angels on the DL. Colby shows bunt, drops it third base side. Coward with a nice play and just does get Rasmus. Ball bunted a little harder than Colby wanted. That's the first out as Altuve moves into second base.
Seen Colby try and bunt for a base hit a couple times already this season. This one, yeah, like you said, Ash, a little firm, but it does the job. It moves Altuve into that scoring position. So we had talked about a little bit of the small ball beforehand. It'll be interesting to see if they actually give him the sac bunt on that.
Couldn't quite hear the official ruling up here. Did they award sacrifice bunt? They did. So basically all you have to do anymore is just put a bunt down and you'll get a sacrifice on that play.
It's a win-win for a hitter.
Absolutely. I mean, it almost compels a hitter to do the team thing right there, move the runner and don't pay any price.
A little reward for playing team baseball.
Nothing wrong with that, huh?
No. Does he get half an RBI if Altuve gets driven in?
Well, I think so.
Yeah. Finish the season.
Those add up to
75.5 RBIs on the day.
the day will come, right?
Take that to arbitration. And half an RBI.
Well, they've got all the other rankings, Blummer.
Well, we've got Lex's defensive rankings right now. Rafael Ortega out there. Left field, test him. Mike Trout. Big man, good range, good arm, pretty accurate. Cole Calhoun also has a pretty good arm out there in right field. But you got Altuve out there running.
A waving swing by Evan Gattis. The count at 0-2 on Evan.
How do they not check? Did he go?
Well, you don't want to embarrass a corner umpire on that one, do you?
Test him.
You know, we watched Cole Calhoun throw the other night. I would say arm strength. He's shown about as much as we've watched this year.
Good low liner coming out of that left arm.
I'd say about as legitimate a tool right fielder in terms of the throwing as we've seen. One out, Altuve at second. Angels trying to keep him close at the bag. Giovitella, the second baseman, playing in close. As Gattis gets jammed, pops it foul behind the dish, and it finds the seats behind home plate. One and two the count on Evan Gattis. Altuve with the 2 hits today has 63 on the season. You know who's jumped out in front of Jose Altuve this year and has a pretty sizable lead at the start of play today? 10-hit lead. Xander Bogaerts, a guy who not many people were talking about as Jackie Bradley Jr. had the 29-game hitting streak for Boston. But as Gattis goes down on strikes, continuing the story, Xander Bogaerts has hit in 21 straight for those same Red Sox.
It's kind of gone under the radar with what Jackie Bradley was doing. So you get a look at Major League Baseball hit leaders this season. Daniel Murphy been hovering around that 400 mark, but coming on like a house on fire is Xander Bogaerts, 71 hits.
We saw it. We're going to claim we saw it before anybody else, right?
Yes.
Early last year.
Again, we did see it last year. I've always been a big fan of Xander Bogaerts.
I think right away you and I thought this guy is going to be a really good hitter. Now Xander Bogaerts, 71 hits to start the day. Now that's going to provide a challenge that might be good for Jose Altuve over the course of the season.
Yep.
2 outs now. Altuve still at second base as Luis Valbuena stands in. But I don't know, with some of the young bats the Boston Red Sox have right now, they're going to be tough to head off in that American League East.
How about the oldest bat in their lineup?
Well, that would be David Ortiz.
He's putting up crazy numbers.
Great stuff, and he's on his last leg, allegedly. You wonder, will he find a way to come back?
Can you return all the gifts he's already gotten? Can you, he's having a farewell tour. He's going to have a give back tour next year.
What would you call that return tour for David Ortiz?
A give back tour.
Giving back to his fans while giving back to Major League Baseball.
Sure.
That'll bring tears to the eyes of many, right?
Could all use a little drama.
Ball and a strike. Valbuena has driven in 15 this year. It's the third of 19 on the season between these two clubs.
It's hard to believe,
isn't it?
Yeah, the end of May, just getting this matchup started.
June 20th, the Angels come to Houston for a 3-game series. Towering pop on the left side. It's Cowart, the third baseman. He'll drift under and make the catch. That'll do it. Leadoff hit by Altuve, but he's stranded. It's a 1-0 Angels lead. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Second baseman Johnny Giovatello will lead it off. Had a base hit in the 2nd inning. And then was doubled up as the Angels played a little hit and run. Giovatello on the move as Ortega lined to right field. Colby Rasmus started the 9-3 double play. The only run of the game on the home run by Cole Calhoun, and it was a no-doubt shot to right. Pfister gets on the hands. Valbuena ranges wide left and makes the play. 1 out here in the 4th.
It's getting all up in the kitchen at Giovatello with that sinker.
Rafael Ortega, the left fielder today. Left-hand hitter, he stung it as he lined to right into that double play in the 2nd.
I've seen some interesting double plays. That was one of them. That was on a hit and run. Giovatello just put his head down and went. And that line drive to third off the bat of Tony Kemp turned into a double play also.
And again, you had mentioned it, Kemp hitting the ball to the left side, and we've seen the shift on him. And I don't know, I have a feeling that'll change. Nice play, Valbuena from his knees will get up and throw and get Ortega. Ortega has stung it twice and has absolutely nothing to show.
Nice play by Luis. What I like is how Luis didn't have really too much extra movement right there. Just kind of let the ball come to him and make sure his glove was in the right spot. Got some guys in that Angel dugout, I think, yelling at him. That was probably the most fun, playing third base.
Yeah, you're close to that opposing dugout a lot of the time.
Yeah, you do a good job, make a great play on somebody, and they get to come back and they just start hollering at you from that third base dugout. It is so great.
You ever feel like it crossed the line on you?
No, I was thoroughly entertained. I had a really good one in Montreal. Todd Pratt of the New York Mets comes up, and Todd Pratt was a backup catcher, a very good one at that, hit some big home runs for them in the playoffs. But he hits a rocket to my left, and I just get airborne, and somehow it ends up in my glove. And he comes back, and he's screaming about his family not being able to eat. You know, he pulls out his necklace. He's like, "Do you see this? It's a silver necklace." I'm not going to be able to afford the gold one if you keep doing that to me, kind of thing. And it was hilarious. So it created good banter when I got up to the plate. You know, he was a catcher, so it kind of continued during the AB.
Strike is called. 3-2 now. Cliff Pennington at the plate. Yeah, I imagine some would think that distracts you and takes away from your focus in the ball game. I think just being loose is probably the best thing you can have. Pennington out in front on the breaking ball. Another strikeout. 5 on the afternoon for Doug Fister. We played 4. Angels lead it 1-0.
Houston and looking to get to know the city better with our Welcome to Houston package. We invite you to tour Minute Maid Park and enjoy an Astros game this Saturday. For tickets, visit astros.com/welcome to Houston or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Welcome back to the Big A, where I found the new hot spot on the concourse for hot dogs. It's called Crafty Dog, something the Angels came up with on their own. Here are the 2 signature dogs for you, the short rib chili dog and the Sonoran dog. Don't those look fantastic? But the best part, guys, about this stand is that you can customize, build your own hot dog. The toppings are unreal. They have all kinds of stuff to choose from, like mac and cheese, pinto beans, how about the jalapenos, the pico, the guac, fried onion rings, kimchi, neon relish for those who like their Chicago-style dogs. Maybe I'll bring you some, guys.
Thanks, Julia. I have to disagree with you, though. I think the best part of the whole thing is that we have one of each of those sitting right beside us, or at least part of one of each of them. Jeff Blum has already gotten into the act. What do you think? Crafty or?
Very crafty.
Yeah.
If you have a chance to get into one of those, I'll be. Come on. Nice big long inning here. I'll make it that much tastier.
What do you mean if you get a chance? To me, it looks
That's
like
right.
you've already gotten to it pretty good. Tyler White at the plate. Starts the bat. And they get the strike on the appeal. 1-2 on Tyler. White grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the second. 7 home runs, 18 RBIs for Tyler. I'm actually surprised we got all of these 2 dogs brought to us by Julia. Thought there were going to be some missing portions.
It's always a good chance.
White, Gonzalez, and Marisnik here for the Astros in the 5th inning. That was close.
Good take.
3-2 for Tyler.
That caught a lot of them.
Yeah.
Strike zone there. Take advantage of it.
And ball 4. So taking strike 3 and having it turn into ball 3 leads into a walk for Tyler White.
Shortstop, number 9, Marwin Gonzalez.
What are you doing?
Ash, I thought you said you got a couple hot dogs. These are
those are yours.
These are
Mine
shared.
are coming later, okay?
I don't believe you. Yeah,
So which one of those are you working on?
I don't know. I'm kind of a big fan of the fried
This
onions
one was
over
a
here.
rib dog, wasn't it? Some sort of a...
No, this one right here.
That's
you
it?
can see it. Yeah. It's going to go down smooth. Better not mess up my scorecard.
Bring it over to mine. It won't mess anything up at all. See, the Angels broadcasters to our left are a little envious of our pickings here.
Those guys were a good time over there, man.
Vic Rojas. Mark Gubaza, former 20-game winner with the Royals. Marwin Gonzalez swings through it. 0-2 the count.
I love hearing the stories about you and Vic coaching a team back in the day.
Independent ball.
Yeah.
Those were the days. 1994, I believe it was. Rio Grande Valley White Wings.
Some good hotel stories you had last night.
Well, you can tell how good we were as manager and coach. We sit now and just talk about the game. Pitch in the dirt. That'll move Tyler White into second base. That was a really good read by Tyler White.
Yes, it was.
It's a wild pitch.
That one got in the dirt pretty quick, but you can tell he was off to a good secondary lead, recognizing that ball coming at a pretty good downward angle out of the hand of Tropiano.
You see a lot of guys kind of bouncing around for a while the ball's kicking around in the dirt, but Tyler had a nice quick jump. So he's in scoring position, nobody out. A 1-2 count on Marwin Gonzalez. So once again, we are beholden to Julia, huh?
You know, she kind of ignores us for a while and then surprises us with a couple of gifts every now and then just to get back in good graces. That's what she does. She's a smart girl.
I'll bet she's got a retort, though, right now.
Are you guys complaining about your free
No,
dogs?
we are so appreciative of how wonderful you are to us and
Oh, okay.
how great it is to know you. Just to be near you sometimes has been.
So much love.
I was just trying to re-engage you because I've seen on Twitter that the fans, some of them anyway, feel like the Astros do a lot better the more you get on the show. So, strikeout of Marwin Gonzalez. First out here in the inning, and an unproductive out as Tyler White remains at second. Four strikeouts for Tropiano. Jake Marisnick, 1 for 1 on the day, will stand in. And Jake drilled one to third base. Took out the starting third baseman, Yunel Escobar, with a hot shot one hopper. One and 0 the count with that base hit now. Jake Marisnick hitting 161. Doesn't sound like much, but it's come quite a ways.
Tell you what, I'd like to see a base hit in his second RBI on the season.
Hits one high and deep toward left center field. Back at the track, at the wall. See ya! Jake Marisnick, his first long ball of the year, comes with Tyler White aboard and gives the Astros a 2-1 lead right here in the 5th inning.
Sometimes it's good to be right. And then add a little bit extra with that thump from Jake Marisnick. You talked about it earlier in that first at bat, 9 home runs last season. First one of the season for Jake Marisnick. RBIs 2 and 3. production out of the bottom part of the lineup, too.
Starting to get it, huh? And it makes
You really hope so.
It makes such a huge difference. Tony Kemp will stand in. Lined into a double play in the third inning. Again, that shift on in the infield for the Angels as Tony Kemp continues to hit balls on the left side.
Look at where that pitch was. Oh, you hang it, and he'll bang it right down the middle. That's a hitter's best friend. A little bit of a hanging slider fluttering out there in front of you and just clip it.
You know what, the point has been made, Blummer, that just by mentioning Julia, that the offense with Jake Marisnick being the hero here comes to life.
Wow, pretty close. Good effort by Ortega, but Ash, you want to gain a couple followers on Twitter, you just say Julia Morales.
That's all you have to do.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've done it over and over the course of the season.
She tagged me on a picture on Instagram, and I think I gained about 30 new followers on Instagram. It was a good day.
And as we talk, she's out there finding a story somewhere out in the seats.
Puts a lot of pressure on me, though, I feel.
Tony Kemp stays alive. 2-1 Astros here in the fifth inning.
Man, you'd like to see Jake get that swing back on. And again, you're not asking him to be that 300 hitter, but if he could be between that 240, 260 and sneak one out of there like he just did, wow.
Well, you know, last year the 9 home runs, didn't play every day, but played great when he did play defensively in center field. But you're right, if there's that contribution, he becomes so valuable. Little pop fly, a long run, and no chance to make the play. Cliff Pennington, the shortstop playing on the first base side of second, had to go forever and just couldn't quite get there.
Today's Power Player is presented by your local steel dealer. It is George Springer. Moving into that leadoff spot, had a multi-home run game against Baltimore where he hit a couple of very nice blasts. That one off the plexiglass out there beyond the train tracks in left field. 3 hits in that game yesterday. Swinging a nice stick. I think we saw a number earlier in the game, hitting 375 out of that leadoff spot so far for George Springer.
Keep that alive. 0 for 2 today. A strikeout and a pop out. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Angels are seeing with their scouting report, but Tony Kemp appears to me to be a guy who's going to fight it off and hit it to left field most of the time. He's aboard. 1 out. Well, 2 runs in.
Yeah, that flare explains what you just said. Pennington had no chance because he's playing so far to the second base side.
Now that is not a flare swing right there.
No, and if George gets a hold of it, the only flares you're going to see are on the highway because the ball might be flying by. That one he hit against Baltimore at home would have been out of the stadium if that roof wasn't closed.
That was the second of the 2?
Yes.
That quick throw over to first base. By the way, on that note, did you see where Nelson Cruz?
I was just going to bring that up, yeah.
Allegedly in batting practice hit one out of the stadium in Seattle.
And unless you've been to Seattle, that is...
Yeah, doesn't mean anything until you've seen it.
Yeah, but to us, it's almost unimaginable to see a baseball go that far. Were there any hitters that you would watch take BP just because of how far they could hit the ball?
I'll think on that, but
for me, it was Mark McGwire.
Well, I was going to say, during the Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Mike Piazza, Barry Bonds years, you would find all the players, all the broadcasters coming down and just watching batting practice. You recall those days?
Oh, man, yeah. Big Mac was one for me. I could not believe what he was doing to baseballs.
I mean, when batting practice goes on and the home team hits first, they're gone once they're done with batting practice. They're back in the clubhouse. But in those days, half the team or more would be hanging out just watching batting practice. It was a show beyond the game itself.
It truly was.
Yes, absolutely. I'd watch McGwire and those other guys just mentioned. In the old Astrodome, there were some seats up there in the upper tank that nobody ever approached unless it was with a balata. and they were hitting them all up in there. Springer again stays alive. You know, thinking back to the playing days pre those McGuire days, I don't ever recall there being a guy outside of maybe a Willie Stargell.
That's who I was going to point to, like a Dave Parker or somebody. That
George
just,
Foster kind of gained a following there for a while. Mike Schmidt, one of the great third basemen of all time. It's a nice job behind the plate. Willie Stargell's the guy that, twice hit balls out of Dodger Stadium?
But there's been 4 or 5 guys that have done it in the history of that stadium, and he's done it twice.
Well, you played there plenty. That
pavilions out there, that's a long way from home.
And especially if you're talking night game, just doesn't seem feasible. Another throw to first base. Tropiano is going to wear that throw out to first. I shouldn't bring up a story on a guy when I can't think of his name. Big left-hand hitter, was a first baseman, DH sort of a guy. Played with the Indians.
Jim Thome?
No, he kind of made his own name as this ball is raked down the left field side and hooks just foul. A guy that was more of the part-time type player, but hit some prodigious shots.
Sorrento.
No,
it's not. And Sorrento's actually the assistant hitting coach here for the California
with the Angels.
Whoever these Angels
well, you could
are.
say anything. It's gonna be the Angels at some point.
Eventually.
It was a spring training game played down in Mexico City one year, and the stadium they played in.
I got you, Russell Branyan.
That's it. Russell Branyan hits a ball that went entirely out of the stadium, and we were broadcasting the game, and it left you thinking, what just happened? I mean, there was just no way it could go out of that stadium.
I think you can actually YouTube that one.
Is that right?
Yeah, I played with Russell in San Diego. But he had the most ridiculous batting practices ever.
I can imagine. I was really never around him, but that one swing, I thought he was playing with a golf ball out there watching what happened.
Yeah, aluminum bat and some soft toss with a Titleist.
Mark Reynolds is a guy who can
yeah.
do the same thing. Baltimore, upper tank, furthest toward left center field. I saw him hit a ball up there. We're just talking about some of the phenomenons that have gone on in the game.
Yeah, but that one George hit the other day at home was truly impressive. It almost looked like a slow pitch softball type swing. It was like a hanging slider or curveball. He just obliterated it.
When you watch George in his daily batting practice, I mean, there's nothing surprising to see what he can do.
Yeah, I agree.
He is so physically strong. Three and two now on George. Tony Kemp still at first base. One out here in the 5th inning. Feels like it's been a while, but Jake Marisnick, a 2-run home run to put the Astros on top. And another throw.
This is that homer I was talking about. See that slider again, just backs up a little bit. George Springer just leans back on it, hitting that paneling out there past the train tracks. And it was halfway up that glass panel too.
I'm wondering if that was the glass that was actually bending there with the ball hitting it. There was like a light going. Kemp goes, swing and a miss, throw down, not in time, as Tony Kemp has picked up a stolen base. George Springer is 0 for 3 with the strikeout, and now Mike Scioscia is going to come out and question whether there was interference at home plate.
I think we saw the home plate umpire put his hands out, kind of giving that no contact call.
Contact seems to be what's required.
Yep.
Watch what George does.
But you can see it definitely affected the throw from Bandy. But you're saying as a catcher, just go ahead and create that contact,
it's
even
hard.
if it might create some pain.
It's hard. And the contact, the lead part of the catcher is your arm once you throw. So now tell yourself, go ahead and throw a ball as hard as you can, but in the process, let your arm hit somebody standing in front of you.
Well, it's like a quarterback dropping back, firing
exactly
a pass,
right.
and hitting a helmet or something like that on the defensive lineman coming through. That usually leads to some issues with the hands.
2 outs, Kemp in scoring position. Altuve 2 for 2 at the plate. A couple of singles for Jose. The Astros with 5 hits now against Tropiano. First stolen base in the major leagues for Tony Kemp. And a line drive base hit. Altuve 3 for 3. Kemp will score. 3-1 Astros. A nice 3 spot on the board for Houston.
Senor Caliente. Jose Altuve feeling it in this game. 3 knocks, that one for an RBI.
Somehow I sense Julia will get credit.
Is there ever a doubt?
Senor Caliente is right. And now Altuve with 2 outs. Certainly a threat to run. Tropiano would be a larger threat to throw over. That stolen base by Tony Kemp. First on the day for Houston. Pitch is hit in the air deep down the right field side. Long run Calhoun in the corner and makes a heck of a running grab. And that'll do it. As Rasmus flies out, the Astros put 3 on the board in the inning, highlighted by the first home run of the year by Jake Marisnick. Run shot, taking a 1-0 Angels lead, turning it into a 2-1 Houston lead, and jump starting a 3-run inning. So it's 3-1 Houston as Doug Fister works here in the 5th inning. Trying to qualify on the afternoon, facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Jet Bandy leads it off. Jose Altuve 3 for 3 on his day. And he's not waiting at all right now. He's just seeing the baseball and attacking.
It's kind of what, when you're that backup guy and you get a chance to play, you just go out there with that aggressiveness. Try and get 3 hits on 1 swing.
Got one of the extra short rib chili dogs. Fans are asking for them.
Dude, that thing's pretty good, man.
You've done a fair job of crushing on that.
Put a dent on. Yep.
Nice. That's kind of a 2-man dog, isn't it?
Depends on the man.
That's a good point. 3-1 the count as Pfister immediately falls behind. Jed Bandy 0 for 1, fly to center field.
Saturday, June 4th is celebration day at Minute Maid Park as 10,000 fans will get a Colby Rasmus 2015 postseason celebration bobblehead presented by HEB. For more information, visit Astros.com or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Just kind of hoping they'd have a special appearance from Bret the Hitman Hart.
Who's that?
It's an old WWF wrestler, looked very similar to what Colby Rasmus was pulling off in that celebration underneath.
That guy, yeah, I can see it. You know, this guy keeps his wrestling top on.
For the time being, only for photographs.
Doug Pfister suddenly unable to find the strike zone. A walk to Bandy. Coward at the plate. Caleb Coward had a single in the 3rd inning. There it is. 1-2 the count now. Caleb Coward became the 12th player in franchise history for the Angels to hit a home run in his first at bat. That came August 22nd last year. Left wrist contusion for Yunel Escobar, the reason for his departure, and that on the first of 2 hits today for Jake Marisnick.
Enjoy that for the rest of the season.
Yeah, if you like to look at how numbers start to come along, Altuve 3 for 3, hitting .323 now. And for Jake Marisnick, the 2 hits have him to 175. His nose is not bleeding yet, but he's starting to get to that point. Strike 3 called, got him looking. Coward down on strikes. That's strikeout number 6 for Doug Pfister, first out here in the 5th.
It's a good one. He locked him up. We've seen some good punch outs on that slow breaking ball from Doug Pfister, but right there just snuck the cheese past.
Back to the top. C.J. Cron at the plate. He's had just 1 at bat, struck out in the 3rd inning. How big a win would be for the Astros today. Try to sneak out of town, winning 2 out of 3 against the Angels. And it's just part of that formula that the Astros are going to have to adopt now. Win series after series.
That's what it is. You start getting those eyes on that bigger goal, it seems to get further and further away. If you keep them small and attack each series with the idea of winning 2 out of 3, look up at the end of the season, you might be somewhere you want to be.
Runner goes, the pitch fouled off the first base side, and catcher's interference has been called, and it happens on that type of a swing. That's very unfortunate. Evan Gattis will be charged with an error on the play.
Can you recall how many times you had that happen to you?
I had it happen actually far more than I would like to acknowledge, but I had a couple of years there where it seemed to happen time and time again. There were a couple of hitters that had those unusual, almost backward swings, and I just kept getting nailed, and I'd force the umpire back and back, and he'd be saying to me, "You can't sit this far back," and it was just kind of an odd situation.
Well, I think that's what doesn't get talked about enough. Sometimes the catcher takes some undue heat. Although you did see Gattis really reach on that pitch, but there are swings that hitters have where the barrel kind of drops down immediately trying to come through that zone.
Did you notice the swing, though, that was put on by Cron? He was trying to protect with the runner in motion and just kind of reaching out and late. So 2 runners aboard now with the interference. Cole Calhoun at the plate has homered and walked. Hit his 4th home run of the year with 1 out in the 1st inning. 24 RBIs now for Calhoun. And it kicks away from Gaddis. Runners will move up. So that breaking ball in the dirt. It'll be a wild pitch. First on the day charge to Doug Fister.
Tell you what, you always look for a shutdown inning after your team scores 3 in the top like the Astros did for Doug Fister, but it's going to be a tall task here. Reaching a tough part of this Angels lineup.
And you hate to see the interference, the wild pitch, but it all starts with the walk to Bandy to start the inning.
I agree.
Infield playing back with the exception of Valbuena down at third base. Ron Renicky, the third base coach, kind of having that conversation with his lead runner. Ground ball to short, second, first. You're coming home. You're going to score.
Yeah, the Astros are conceding that first run.
The 3-1 is inside. That'll load him up. And here comes Mike Trout.
Trout coming up. We'll take a look at our Ford spray chart. And there it is, Mike Trout, slugging percentage and extra base hits in the last 3 seasons. He's got plenty of opposite field pop. It's interesting to see on the left those 2 top zones where Mike Trout has been susceptible to the strikeout a little bit. But I have a feeling those might be some hanging breaking balls or changeups that he's been able to get to high in the zone and driving them.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll hear, well, pitch Trout up. Well, that's fine, but don't leave it up and away because he handles that one well.
Yeah, and you almost have to set up that part of the zone too.
Strike is called. 1-1 the count. Well, it's tough right now for Fister because there's nowhere to put Trout. Pujols waits on deck.
Well, Trout's last AB was a 3-pitch punch out from Doug Fister.
On the fist, it's fouled back. In fact, it was part of a back-to-back 3-pitch strikeouts of Trout and Pujols.
Pretty impressive stuff. We don't see that too often with those 2 hitters. And that was a big situation too. A couple of guys on base.
And now 1-2 on Trout. Got Trout to start with the bat, but holds it back easily. The count at 2-2. The Astros start the day 21-29, tied with the Oakland A's. That's 8 games back of Seattle leading the division. Texas just a half a game back. Big 2-2 pitch. And now 3-2.
Good idea on the pitch. It started a little bit too far off the plate.
We've seen Fister with 3 balls today go breaking balls, so you would think it could be the case. Check swing fouled. Comes with the fastball up.
90 miles an hour. Reaching back for a little bit extra in this big AB right here.
Yeah, that's high end for Doug Fister. We'll do it again at 3-2. Astros for the moment. Ground ball up the middle and out of the reach of Marlin, who knocks it down. It'll be a single. 1 run will score. but the bases will remain juiced as Albert Pujols comes to the plate. And it's now a 3-2 Astros lead.
It was a good job by Marwin keeping this ball in the infield, limiting the damage. Yes, it would have been nice to get that lead out if he came up with it cleanly at second base, but still, limiting the damage with a guy like Trout at the plate is a good thing.
Cron, Calhoun, and Trout now the base runners. Still one out. And if you're looking for the best of scenarios right here, you get Pujols to put it on the ground and take your chances for the double play.
I think that visit from Strami was just to give Doug Fister a little bit of a breather, encourage him a little bit, and remind him that, yes, a ground ball will get you out of this inning.
He gets ahead. Albert Pujols taking the strike. Pujols has struck out twice today. 2 of the 6 strikeouts that Fister has recorded. Ground ball to third, tough play, but Valbuena up to the task, and the Astros get the 5-4-3 double play. And that is huge in this ball game, as Doug Fister and the Astros through 5 lead it 3-2 over the Angels. Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Academy Sports and Outdoors, donating $100 for each Astros home run and $200 for each Correa home run to Houston Children's Charity. Boy, what a play by Luis Valbuena, and we will peek at that again. As Evan Gattis leads off, hits one to the whole left side and a leadoff single. Evan Gattis is 1 for 3.
Third baseman, number 8.
And now we will peek at Luis Valbuena.
And this was a huge play. Tough in-between hop right there. Great backhand, perfect feed, great double play. Knew they had plenty of time with Albert Pujols running down there, but in that situation, unreal. And don't forget, Marwin Gonzalez did a great job diving up the middle, keeping that tying run from coming in. So it allowed that double play to get them out of the inning with the lead. Phenomenal play.
Defense is never the sexy thing to talk about a ball club, but boy, it can win some ball games, can it?
Oh, you talk about changing momentum. That play right there with the bases juiced. That could be one of those things that gets these guys electrified again.
No, you can see it when defense loses ball games, but I think it gets overlooked sometimes when defense wins games.
Well, I think the expectation of making those plays is why it's so not talked about as often, like you said.
Gattis aboard, leadoff single, Valbuena at the plate, and a 2-0 count. For the moment, both bullpens quiet. And it appears the Angels are now going to get a man loose. 3-0 the count. Cam Bedrosian will get it loose now for the Halos.
Is there anybody else in that bullpen?
He just keeps getting up, doesn't he?
He's throwing all 3 games. Yes, they're going with the hot hand.
Ball 4.
Wow.
So the leadoff single. Chased now by the walk to Valbuena. The Astros have runners at first and second. Nobody out for Tyler White. Meeting at the mound is pitching coach Charles Nagy. We'll head on out there.
Oh, Chuck Nagy. He was the pitching coach in Arizona when I played there. Great guy. One of the best shagging pitchers I've ever seen in my life.
Power shagger?
Man, in every sense of the word. He would nonstop on the jog for a good 45 minutes to an hour.
Speaking of which, this meeting has been going on for a while on the Hill.
Never mind. Treat your employees, host clients, or celebrate a special occasion with an Astros luxury suite. Create an experience your group is sure to remember by calling 1-877-9-ASTROS and reserving your luxury suite today.
So the Angels have talked it out. Tyler White at the plate. Has Tyler White ever in his professional career been called upon to lay down a bunt?
I'm going to go on a pretty sturdy limb and say no.
I think that's the right limb to be on. He backs away and takes a strike. It's that move that we have kind of grown accustomed to seeing from Tyler.
I mean, the move on a ball, great. That move on a strike call, interesting.
Hard to figure.
And I think it might be because he was an auto take right there after Valbuena walked on 4 pitches.
Yeah, but I think even my impression, auto take time, you want to be in the right position so you're setting yourself up for a good approach on a strike.
Well, we both know consistency, breeds success sometimes, and you don't want to really create a bad habit by taking a pitch the wrong way. I'm with you on that.
Nick Tropiano with the 1-1. And that's inside. Golden opportunity for the Astros here in the 6th inning. Up a run. They've out hit the Angels 7-4. Haven't seen bad crowds here in the series, but not quite Angels crowds of maybe 2-3 years ago. And now 3-1.
The 3-1 pretty quick after that first pitch strike that was borderline.
Cam Bedrosian appears to be fully heated in the Angels' pen. Up and in, Tyler White draws the walk. Back-to-back free passes, Valbuena and White. And the Astros have them loaded up. Mike Scioscia has seen enough. He comes out toward the mound, has pointed toward the pen, as Cam Bedrosian will come on to work here in the 6th inning in a tough spot with the bases juiced. And Marwin Gonzalez will be coming to the plate. Well, that's the end of the day's work for Nick Tropiano. We will be right back here in Anaheim, California.
2 here in Anaheim with the Astros leading. We are in the 6th, bases loaded, no outs. Orbit's birthday is Sunday, June 5th, and you can join him and all his MLB mascot friends for a pregame photo session in the atrium of Minute Maid Park. 10,000 lucky fans will take home an Orbit lunch bag presented by Coca-Cola. For more info, visit astros.com/orbitbirthday or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Ash?
Thanks, Julia. Julia, have you had a bite of these dogs? I haven't myself, but Jeff Blum appears to be quite pleased. How about you?
Yeah, you snooze, you lose.
You didn't try it?
I haven't jumped in yet. Some people might disagree, but I'm working right now.
Don't be a skirt.
That's a first.
Thanks. Nice talking to you too. We're in the 6th inning. The Astros have the bases loaded. Julia Morales out digging up a big scoop as Marwin Gonzalez has a chance now to open this thing up a bit. Cam Bedrosian on to working for the Angels.
Cam Bedrosian pitched Friday, went 2/3 of an inning. Didn't give up any of his own runs, but gave up 2 inherited runners.
Maybe that was the scoop that Julia picked up. That would be news if I was working, huh? Hit on a hop to second. 4, 6, and 3. The Angels turn the double play. Giovotella, Pennington on to Crone. A run scores, so the Astros do pick up a run, but 2 outs on the swing. It's now 4-2 Houston, 2 outs, and Kemp at third.
Our delivery of the game is delivered to you by Jimmy Johns, and it is Jake Marisnick. Big 2-run blast earlier in this ball game. He's 2 for 2 on the afternoon. Enjoying afternoon baseball here in Anaheim. And you can see his teammates equally as excited to see Jake Marisnick on the board with that first home run of the season.
I guess the only plus you can apply to that play is that the Astros do get a run. But now they're going to need some 2-out hitting. Jake Marisnick is 2 for 2. Single and dinger. Maybe gaining some confidence. They appeal to first. He did not go through. I said Camp at third. That's Luis Valbuena, excuse me. Jake takes a strike. 2-1 the count.
Keep that day perfect, Jake. Get you a 2-out stake right here.
Bedrosian throws hard. Fastball hit to right field. Hit well, but not enough. Calhoun will make the catch. That'll do it. The Astros had him loaded with nobody out. They get a run out of it, and through 5.5 lead it. Doug Fister set to work it here in the 6th inning for the Angels. It'll be Giovitella, Ortega, and Pennington. The Astros leading 4-2. A bit frustrating to get just one run with the bases loaded, nobody out, but putting a run on the board, always well received. Giovitella hitting .295. It's that slow curveball from Doug Fister. It's been effective.
69 miles an hour. That's taking some speed off.
Roy Oswalt back in action. Of course, Roy would chase it with 96.
Yeah, I would say a little bit bigger difference in miles per hour with him.
Fastball misses away. 1-2 the count. Fister working with his catcher, Evan Gattis. The Angels put a run on the board in the 5th inning. It all started with a walk to the leadoff man, Jet Bandy. Well, you don't want that to happen here. Ground ball left side. Marwin Gonzalez with the play, routinely getting the out. The first here in the 6th inning as Rafael Ortega comes to the plate. There have been some really big plays in the game. The 2-run home run by Jake Marisnick. And then that double play started by Luis Valbuena that came in the 5th inning and ended the frame. Albert Pujols is the guy that got picked by Valbuena. Ball and a strike on Ortega. Swung the bat well today, but 0 for 2 on his day. Hits it sharply again, but there's Valbuena. High throw way off line, and it'll be an E5. Tyler White did all he could do. But when it's all said and done, Ortega hustling down the line, able to beat the play. Second error of the afternoon charged to the Astros.
And credit Ortega for running down the line, albeit in anger, but plenty of time for Valbuena. And you see the way he rotated? Didn't really bring that front shoulder around towards first base. But again, unfortunate because Valbuena is a very good third baseman.
Otherwise, a big second out, and now instead, man at first base, 1 out for Pennington.
Well, just, I mean, we talk about errors and how they affect pitch counts. That's one situation here late in this ball game, or getting to be late in this ball game for Doug Fister, where he would have loved to have had that ground ball out and keep that pitch count down, maybe go out there for another inning. You can see rotating around, that front shoulder opens up and just creates some drag with that throwing arm, and we've seen twice now Valbuena not finishing the throw.
Again, that slow curveball. This time at 70. 0-2 the count. Pennington with 1 home run on his season. Just misses up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Catcher Jet Bandy waits on deck. Scott Feldman, the right-hander, getting loose in the Astros pen. Line shot right on by Fister. That's a base hit. Streaking to third base, Ortega, as now Jake Marisnick gets it back in after a brief bobble. So that error now has the Angels threatening runners at the corners, 1 out. And Jet Bandy will come to the plate.
Baseball was well struck from Pennington. Finally stays back on that fastball. And fortunately, Doug Fister is able to get out of the way. Almost looked like it bent the bill of his cap. But a hot smash up the middle. Good job by Ortega taking that extra 90 feet.
Well, once again, Doug Fister finds himself needing a double play. Brent Strom will come with the information to possibly get that twin killing. It's been an intriguing ball game. Boy, you hate to have the walks and errors turn into opportunities for the opposition.
Yeah, it's kind of a back and forth of how many opportunities each team gets and how many times they capitalize on it too.
Brent Strom done with his message at the mound. Home plate umpire Pat Hoberg goes out to break it up. 1 out. Runners at first and third. Bandy has flied to center and walked. From the stretch, little ground ball left side. Valbuena will get it out at second, and the double play. No, they can't get it. 5-4 on the force play. That'll score a run, making it a 1-run game, 4-3. And an RBI picked up by Bandy. Now 2 outs, a man at first base for the 9-hitter Coward. But that turned out much closer at first than I thought initially.
I agree with you. That was a not very well hit ground ball. Pretty impressive job by Altuve to hang in there and make sure his foot stays on the bag and catch the baseball at the same time. And still, once he realizes that, lets one go at first base. Almost getting Bandy.
Pitch foul down the left side. Coward a switch hitter, batting left-handed. So that error by Valbuena has already led to a run here in the inning. One hopper up the middle. Marwin will get there and make the play. Close at first base, but they do get Coward, and that'll do it for the Angels in the 6th inning. An unearned run against Doug Fister, but that turns it into a 1-run game.
Run lead, 4-3 over the Angels here in Southern California. And Academy Sports and Outdoors and the Houston Astros are hitting home runs for Houston. These are benefiting Houston Children's Charity. Astros home run leaders this month of May. George Springer swinging a hot bat. He's got a multi-home run game in this month that we just saw in that last homestand. He has 7 this month. Valbuena getting off the schneid and getting pretty hot with the long ball. He's got 5. Castro, Correa, and Gaddis right behind him with all 4.
The Astros trying to pick up another May win. Have Tony Kemp leading off here in the 7th inning. He lines one and a leaping grab by Giovitella. Well, we've seen a lot on both sides. Line drives turned into outs. Tony Kemp was in a bid for a second hit of the afternoon.
Yeah, hit that ball well. Again, we were talking about the shift. Because Tony Kemp does a good job of going the other way, but this one turned on, but Giovitella getting up, getting it. Much to the contempt of Kemp.
Say that again.
Contempt of Kemp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I find that you often show off when you've got your daughters around.
Hard work, dedication, and a good school. They can have the same vernacular I have.
Springer fouls it off. 0-2 the count. Every man's got to have a dream.
Yep. Just hope for the best for my kids. Give them an opportunity. That's what it's all about.
Well played, partner. Cam Bedrosian, second pitcher of the afternoon for the Angels. Brings it up and in on Springer. The Astros, or rather the Angels now, have a left-hander tossing in their pen. Pitch is outside. Greg Malley is that left-hander loosening. The Astros also have a right-hander throwing.
Still.
Ken Giles is that righty, I believe. Or is it not?
No, you got it right. Got the thumbs up.
It's now 3-2 on George. So that line drive hit by Tony Kemp, nothing but the first out of the inning. George Springer trying to make something go 0 for 3 on the day. A couple of strikeouts for George. Pfister on a line, and it kicks off of the shortstop, Pennington. Springer able to just leg it out as Giovitella came on and tried to make a play out of this one. And we'll see how that's ruled.
Just like we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And it's going to be the young man, Jose Altuve. He's a family favorite in my household. They had a chance to see him earlier. Gave him a big shout out, but today it is all about Jose Altuve getting back in that groove. 3 base hits coming into this AB. Swinging a nice stick right now.
Swinging aggressively, very successfully. Batting average at .323, pushing upwards once again. Had that long 0 for 18. That really turned things around. He had been a hot hitter and just suddenly went ice cold.
'88 career 3-hit games for Jose Altuve.
Two-time reigning Silver Slugger Award winner at second base in the American League. Currently leads All-American League second baseman in a number of categories, including OPS, which is really the big one. Slugging and on-base percentage added up. Good swing. Altuve fouls it off. And yes, we saw the question out there. Plummer, you may have responded to it. Cam Bedrosian is the son of Steve Bedrosian, former Major League pitcher.
And we know that because of his middle name, Cam Rock.
Cam Rock Bedrosian, that's his given name,
yeah.
yes. Bedrock.
Bedrosian, his dad's nickname, Bedrock.
And a reminder, Cam Bedrosian made his Major League debut at Minute Maid Park. And it feels like we've constantly been talking about him here in the series, just either in a game or up and ready to go. $36,000 plus is the attendance here this afternoon. Springer driven back to the bag. They awarded a base hit on that line drive hit by Springer. Hit number 8 for Houston. They have doubled or come close to it. I see 5 hits up there now for the Angels. 8-5 in that hits column. Three and 1 on Altuve.
Good time to hit. Altuve with 3 hits already. We talked about if he gets a good pitch to hit right here, he may try and jump on one and drive it.
With the 3 hits today, trying to go after Xander Bogaerts, who again started the day 10 hits in front, leading the American League. Altuve second, 10 back. Springer on the move, line drive through the vacated right side. 4th hit of the day, Altuve into third. Springer, he's held there, and the Astros have something going again. Runners at first and third, 1 out, as it brings up the 3-hitter, Colby Rasmus. And how about Jose Altuve?
Not getting greedy in that 3-1 count. It almost, with the action you saw with Springer taking off towards second, that vacated spot at second base, and you see the swing on a 3-1 count from Jose Altuve. Kind of makes you wonder if he saw that action happening and went that way with that pitch to get that 4th hit. Wouldn't shock me. He is that good.
Either way, Mike Scioscia has seen enough of Cam Bedrosian. He'll bring on the left-hander to face Colby Rasmus. We'll be right back.
Astros, and we have a winner in our Chevy Stroh poll this afternoon. Thanks to all who voted on the Root Sports SW Twitter page. Make sure to give that a follow. Let's see who wins the favorite Astros nickname currently playing. It's El Oso Blanco. Evan Gattis wins today with 49%. But you know what? I want to know who Ava likes here. When you're looking at these nicknames, Ava, I know you're on the headset. Give us who you would vote for.
El Oso Blanco.
There you go.
Do you know what that means? So
a guest broadcaster up here.
Yeah, we do. White bear. Right? Blanco
Yeah.
for Evan Gattis, big guy. You could say hello. Look at everybody out there. Say hello, Houston.
Hello.
That's her sister Audrey behind her. Kayla snuck in there also.
Oso Blanco means dad's my hero.
That's why she picked it. I knew it.
Yep.
Appreciate that translation.
Pitcher number 3 on for the Angels, Greg Mahle, M-A-H-L-E. Facing Colby Rasmus, 1 out. Runners at first and third. The Astros trying to add to this 4-3 lead. And a big swing and a miss by Colby. Mahle, 23 years of age, in his first year in the big leagues now, and his 20th outing for the Angels. All in relief. Well, that's a tough angle for Rasmus to face. Fernando Salas is getting it loose now for the Angels.
Yeah, there's a look at those numbers, and you wouldn't expect that, especially with the delivery. Reminds me of Joe Thornton.
Colby hangs in well against the lefties, but this is tough. Gets a piece as he fouls it back. Tough or not, big at bat for the Astros. 1 out. Evan Gattis waits on deck, and this could be the only guy that Mahle is on to face. One and 2 the count. Tropiano, Bedrosian, and Mahle on the hill for the Angels today.
I misspoke earlier. I meant Joe Thatcher.
Joe Thatcher, former Astro. And
yeah.
he was that kind of drop down, make it tough on the lefty specialist.
Real tough.
Two and 2 on Colby, team leader in RBIs with 31. High chopper over the mound, but right at the bag at second as the Angels will turn another double play and thwart the threat by the Astros as they fail to score in the 7th. Still a 1-run game. It's 4-3 Houston. And we will hang around here for God Bless America.
On this patriotic weekend, prior to singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, please join Jill Burke in singing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
have a 1-run lead with that 4-3 score over the Angels. And it is time to play to win, and it's going to be brought to you by Toyota Tundra. Talking about Doug Fister's afternoon, doing a good job. This right here is a pretty impressive sequence that you're about to watch against Mike Trout and Albert Pujols. A 3-pitch punch out with that curveball. Fister gets ahead with the slider, paints that fastball in the outside corner, then puts Albert Pujols away with that breaking ball in a sequence of 6 pitches. This one right here was another huge play, getting the ground ball from Albert Pujols in a bases loaded situation. Great pick by Valbuena, 5-4-3. That has also helped Doug Fister potentially be the winner in this ball game.
And on the other side, the Astros have hit into 4 double plays on the afternoon.
Buzzkill.
Just trying to balance the slate a little bit. Of course, the Astros with the 1-run lead. You got your family all draped around you and everything feeling good.
I was feeling pretty good. It was a good highlight, too.
Ken Giles comes on and works here in the 7th. Top of the order, C.J. Cron at the plate. Came on for Yunel Escobar, who had that contusion to the wrist. Big swing by Cron as he fouls it back. Cron hitting just .236. Big guy with power, 3 dingers. Ken Giles, excuse me, has been so much better in recent outings.
Pretty consistent. He's got great command of his fastball. That slider's been a good put-away pitch. He's also been able to throw it early in counts to get ahead of some of these hitters, too.
Close.
Did you see that? Cron was going back to the dugout.
I think Cron thought he was done.
Oh, man.
Cron might tell you he was just turning to take a little walk, but that's bad timing on the walk as we watch the 2-2 that makes it 3-2.
Get a century mark on that last
100
pitch.
miles an hour.
That's fast.
Gaddis needs to make that glove pop a little bit. Watch out. Right into the booth just to our right.
Yep. This is one of those ballparks where you've got a lot going on. You've got to be on your toes in these booths.
Thought for an instant there your daughters were going to be called upon for a play.
No, I was laying out.
Knew Quiggs was not going to provide any help. Hit in the air to center field, hit hard. Marisnick going back and can't get there. Extra bases. It's a leadoff double for Cron as he just does get in front of that throw from Marisnick. Well, here come the Angels in the 7th inning.
Cron caught up to that heater. 98 miles an hour up in the zone. Did a good job of getting on top of this and getting the barrel out early. And you can see, I think it even fooled Jake as hard as it jumped off the bat of C.J. Cron. So C.J. Cron goes from what he thought was a strikeout to standing on second base.
Cole Calhoun stands in. Had the first inning home run that gave the Angels the early 1-0 lead. In fact, they held that lead into the 5th inning. Astros put 3 on the board in that 5th inning, 1 more in the 6th. The Angels with single tallies in the 5th and 6th innings. The Astros took a tough 4-2 win last night. Slider finds the strike zone.
This is where A.J. Hinch wants to use a Giles, Harris, Gregerson rotation in that bullpen. Close these games out. It's not always going to be easy. These guys have good enough stuff to get out of it.
Of course, Will Harris has been Mr. Lockdown, 21 consecutive scoreless outings.
Credit Doug Fister for going another quality start with those 6 innings, only giving up 3 runs. He's been one of the more consistent pitchers for the Houston Astros.
Yeah, he has been. Only 1 earned run against Doug. 1 of the 3 runs earned, 96 pitches. And now breaking ball has Calhoun on strikes. Firing on down to first, Gaddis to record the out. And the first out. And again, one of those unproductive first outs with the man staying at second. 7 strikeouts for Houston pitching. Mike Trout now comes to the plate. First base open. Albert Pujols waiting on deck. Trout is 1 for 3 on his day. Oh, there are some close pitches. Pat Hoberg is not liking some of the pitches that are right there.
Tell you what, you can't blink when you're trying to track a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. But again, not that you're begging, but you sure would like to have that first pitch strike against a guy like Trout.
Good slider for a called strike. Looked like Trout might have been taken all the way.
Well, think about it. We know that Ken Giles is a fastball slider guy, throws incredibly firm. So Trout just saw a good fastball near the strike zone. Now he saw a slider for a strike. Good hitters who recognize that might be, see how this pays off later.
Strike on the appeal. That bat from Trout going through a little too much. First base umpire DJ Rayburn with that fist up in the air.
Good job by Giles throwing a nastier slider here. Good call.
And now 1-2 count. I wondered as the at-bat began if Mike Trout might be thinking, well, they're not going to face me. They're going to pitch around me. Slider again. And Gaddis able to keep it near, but not near enough, as moving into third base on a wild pitch will be C.J. Cron, not known for base running exploits.
Well, the ball was deadened off the chest of El Oso Blanco, and he thought it bounced out from him, but you can see it just directly straight down, and oh, that bounces off the foot of Mike Trout.
That's what it was.
Issues. Tough break.
That's a big 90 feet. The infield comes in for the Astros now. The 2-2. A bit high.
Barely.
That pitch. You like to call that one? I do.
Yeah, but a great spot for that fastball. We know that Trout has issues at the top of the zone, let alone with 98 up in the zone.
Too many pitches are finding some of the strike zone not being called strikes for me. Talking to Steve Sparks about this again today, and umpires, in our opinions, ought to be looking strike, and then if it's not there, call it a ball. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball foul outside the bag at third. With the 1-for-3 day, Mike Trout hitting .319. He is producing 11 home runs, 37 RBIs. And a big spot in the ball game here in the 7th inning. Again, the 3-2. And again in the dirt, Trout draws the walk. So that's runners at the corners now. Speed at first base, 1 out for Albert Pujols. And it's been a tough day for Albert. A couple of strikeouts and then grounded into a double play. That the one that Blum was talking about, started by Valbuena. A.J. Hinch out to the mound.
I'm not overly upset with the walk of Mike Trout. He did have him in a 1-2 count before giving up that walk, but he made a couple attempts to get Mike Trout to chase. He fouled off a tough slider. But again, it sets up that first and third situation where Albert Pujols is much more likely to, if he does put the ball on the ground, to roll into a double play.
Two double plays started by the Astros defensively. The Angels have turned 4 on Houston. Big spot for one right here for Giles, and a good slider to start it. Got to be really tough for Evan Gattis calling the slider right now with the number that have been in the dirt, man at third base. Fastball on the fist. That's going to dunk in right center field. RBI single. Trout rather, heads to third. And the Angels have caught him at 4. And still threatening here in the 7th inning. First and third, 1 out. A run in. And Johnny Giavotella coming to the plate.
Wasn't necessarily a bad pitch, just a better job of Albert Pujols bringing the hands in and fighting this off, not trying to do too much. We talk about guys just settling for the base hit. Good piece of hitting to drive in that run to tie this up.
A bunt on the first base side, safety squeeze, scoring easily as Trout. As able to get the out at first base is Giles. But it'll be a squeeze bunt, RBI picked up by Giavotella as the Angels now lead at 5-4 in the 7th.
That's that first and third safety squeeze. Pretty easy call. If you're the Los Angeles Angels with Giavotella, first and third, a speedy runner and Mike Trout anticipating that ball down, and all that Giavotella has to do is get that ball down on the first base side, but Ken Giles almost turned that into a yard sale.
2 runs scored here in the inning for the Angels. And now Rafael Ortega at the plate. Pujols in scoring position at second. Ground ball hit to short. Marwin makes the play. And that'll do it, but the damage done. 2 runs cross through 7 innings. The Angels lead 5-4.
Before we move to the top of the 8th. Tonight's Name That Astro is presented to you by your local Honda dealer. We have some clues for you. You're going to give us your best guess, and we're going to tell you if you're right a little bit later. Expressed himself, fit to be side, and hit 2 career home runs.
Oh, come on.
This is too easy, Julia. You did this on purpose for Ash.
I wanted him to feel good about himself here on the last day of the series.
I was going to say,
Well,
hot dogs for the guy, easy clues.
Yeah. And then she mentions that the Angels lead 5-4, so that kind of messed up the whole thing, Julia. So I'll hold my guess back. It'll be a real venturesome guess, I'm sure. We start the 8th inning. The Astros now trailing. Evan Gattis leads it off. He'll do it against new right-hander Fernando Salas. "30 years of age, hails from Sonora, Mexico." Expressed himself, huh?
What does that mean?
Sorry. I'll check with your daughters to find out what that might mean. Ball and a strike on Evan. Rams one to right center field deep. And this is going to be in off the wall. Gattis digs for second. Here comes the throw, not in time. And if that was on the money, that was going to be close. Leadoff double, Evan Gattis.
Appreciate the effort, though. Big swing from Evan. Punched out his first 2 ABs. His last 2 ABs, base hit, now double. Did a good job of getting on top of this pitch from Fernando Salas. Hammering it to that right center field gap. Cole Calhoun actually played this ball pretty well off the wall. And we talked about how strong that arm is. It is a strong arm, but this time not as accurate as he needed to be.
Well, there's instantly that scoring man at second base. Evan Gattis held nothing back from step one right there. Luis Valbuena at the plate. Valbuena has been on both sides of things today. Some spectacular defense. He has also committed an error that led to a run. And he's drawn a couple of walks. It's out in front and cranks one way foul down the right side.
Trying to make amends with that swing.
That would appease the masses if he kept it fair. Ball and a strike on Luis. Line drive down the right side and extra bases. Gattis will score to tie it. Into second base with a slide. Valbuena and gunned down by Calhoun. So Calhoun off the mark on Gattis, but right on the money with this throw. RBI single Valbuena. We're tied at 5.
I appreciate the effort from Valbuena trying to trade places with Evan Gattis out there at second base. He smoked this ball down the right field line. But being on that pull side and Calhoun playing a lot of baseball here at Angels Stadium, played that carom perfectly. And like you said, Ash, made the adjustment, put that throw on the money.
1 out for Tyler White. Salas comes up or on here and starts to give it up in the 8th inning. Well, that's a costly out at second base. But I'm with you. I really like the idea of trying to get the double.
You don't want to make the first or third out at third base. Second base, give it an effort right there. Force Calhoun to play some defense. Stepped up.
Oh, 2 the count on Tyler White. He has walked a couple of times today. Grounded into a double play way back in the 2nd inning. The 11 Houston hits. Marwin Gonzalez waits on deck. Jose Altuve, 4 hits this afternoon. The 2-2 hammered but hooking foul down the left field side. And that had home run depth.
Tell you what, Salas may be just throwing at the perfect speed for Astro hitters just to be quick enough to foul those balls off, because that ball was hit well from Tyler White. Very good swing. You know what Salas's name is backwards?
Give it to me.
Salas. Couldn't help it. Harry Carey, wonder how he'd handle that.
Oh, I bet you could tell us. Strike 3 called on Tyler White. Caught peeping, second out of the inning. And come on, bring it for us.
Not sure. Just timing is everything, and I'm just not in the mood right now. Salas backwards. It's Salas. There it is.
That is nice.
Got my kids looking at me sideways like, Dad, why did you just do that?
Do they get to hear some of that comedy act at home?
Only when I get really mad.
Oh, that's what comes out when you're mad, huh?
Yeah. Harry Carey.
Oh, and 1 the count on Marwin Gonzalez. Marwin tries again to bunt his way aboard. Marwin 0 for 3 today.
He just called that a strike down at third base. It's kind of a late call.
Was there some debate on that? I thought it was rather routine, was it not?
Wow. There's no call at home, and then Hoberg sent it down there to Vic Carapazza. No statute of limitations on that, I guess.
Hit in the air to left field. That's hit decent. But back to make the play, Ortega. In the 8th inning, the Astros get a run after that leadoff double by Evan Gattis. Astros and Angels tied at 5.
Their rally monkeys out. It's all tied between the Astros and the Angels. You can tell I'm really excited about that, right? Here's the answer to tonight's Name That Astro, I should say today. Presented by your local Honda dealer. These were your clues. Really tough ones today, right, Ash?
I don't have it, Julia. You're going to have to go by me.
See if Twitter got anybody.
I was
or
afraid.
got the right answer here. Madonna. I like the Madonna.
I like that answer.
That's a good one. Express yourself.
Express yourself. Okay, it's Nolan Ryan.
There's got to be a couple of gimmies throughout the year. That was a gimme.
I was going to go with Madonna, but I was really shocked that somebody else came up with it. Thanks, Julia. We were all thoroughly challenged with that one. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning in a 5-5 tie. And now Scott Feldman comes on to pitch for the Astros. Gets in front 0-1. Cliff Pennington at the plate. 7, 8, 9 for the Angels. Pennington, Bandy, and Cowart. Feldman again finds the strike zone. 0-2 the count. Rich Dower pressed into action to pick up a ball on that first base side. Been a while since he's had to make any plays.
But he can still make them.
Can. Don't hear a whole lot out of Rich Dower, but real nice gentleman. Kind of a quietly funny guy.
Yeah, he's seen some baseball over the years, hasn't he?
Pretty good hitter in his day, too. Skipping like that stone on the pond on the third base side. Pennington 1 for 2 with a walk. His hit a big one in the 6th inning. Helped lead to run number 3 for the Angels. Defense fairly straight up, except for Marisnick in center, shaded well toward left field. And then at a further glance, Tony Kemp in left field, shaded well toward the line. Two-2 pitch. And again fouled off. Second tank, and oh my goodness. One of the fans in the front row of the second deck made a catch on a wicked shot coming his way and then went down.
He laid out.
Down goes Frazier.
How do you lay out in the bleachers? That's crazy. Anything for a $20 baseball, huh?
Wow.
My goodness.
If you're sitting in row 2, though, that was a heck of a play. Line drive hit to left, dunking, and it drops. Tony Kemp comes on and brings it back in. Second hit of the afternoon for Pennington. So the Angels get it started. Pennington aboard. Jet Bandy comes to the plate. See how Mike Scioscia chooses to play this. So many fans have the feeling that the bunt is the automatic, that you should do it, it'll work every time you do it. And some of these guys have just never done it in their careers. I don't know about Bandy. He turns to bunt and drops a good one on the first base side. It'll be a good sacrifice bunt. Gaddis comes up with the play. 2-4 on the putout. And moving into second base is Cliff Pennington.
So much has been talked about the bunt, should you or shouldn't you, but I believe late in these games, you have a chance to move the winning run into scoring position. I highly recommend it. Give yourself 2 chances to drive it in.
There are so many people on the baseball sciences side that believe that you never give up an out.
Well, early in the game, I understand that philosophy because you're trying to create momentum and get that big inning going, as opposed to where one swing of the bat can put you ahead late in a ball game with limited outs left for the other team.
I'm with you. Caleb Cowart starts the bat early, can't hold it back. 0-1 the count. Feldman brings the 1-0. Ball and a strike. Got a number of finals around the major leagues. Little chopper back to the hill. Feldman on it, gets the out at first base. Second out of the inning. Into third base now is Pennington. C.J. Cron coming to the plate. Some of those finals include the Texas Rangers winning over the Pittsburgh Pirates, 6-2 the final there. Texas Rangers, by the way, start the day a half a game back of American League West leading Seattle. Feldman from the windup. Cubs win again, 7-2 over Philadelphia. Boston Red Sox take 11 innings to win at Toronto 5-3. One ball, one strike. Xander Bogaerts, if you're counting, now up to 22 games on that hitting streak. Had a pair of hits today. So even with 4 hits today for Altuve, he's only picked up a couple on the leader in the American League, Xander Bogaerts. Two balls and a strike.
Snap on that breaking ball.
Cron had a big double and scored in the 7th inning. The 2-2. And now 3-2. Cole Calhoun, tough left-hand hitter, waits on deck.
Velocity from Feldman out of the bullpen is still pretty impressive. He's able to touch 93 when he wants to.
Hasn't it been amazing what he's been able to do?
It's been great stuff since moving to that bullpen.
Cron stays back just enough to get a piece. Yankees 2-1 winners over Tampa Bay. Baltimore has found their way again. They down Cleveland 6-4. Sharply hit, but Altuve there. He'll make the play, and that'll do it. Feldman gives up the leadoff hit, but able to battle out of the 8th inning. Still tied at 5.
The top of the 9th inning, and Houston Methodist is going to bring us our league leaders. Defensive WAR leaders for outfielders. Number 1, Kevin Pillar. Tell you what, the one that jumps out to me, Dexter Fowler. ahead of Lorenzo Kane, Mike Trout, and I'm truly shocked to see George Springer down there at 1.
So do those numbers make you buy in immediately to defensive war?
Nope. Nope. Not at all.
So you find yourself as one of the non-believers, huh?
We are lucky enough to watch a guy like George Springer on a daily basis. And we've seen outfield assists, we've seen diving catches, we've seen routine catches, but
how could he possibly be 23rd?
Yeah.
Jake Marisnick leads off here in the inning, has a ball and a strike. I'm with you. George Springer is way better than that.
Just ranging into the gap. Maybe it's because he doesn't make a lot of them look super spectacular, unlike these. He's just sacrificing his body all over the field, and the ability to track down that ball in Chicago still amazes me.
Line drive and another leaping grab on the infield.
Gotta be kidding me.
It's Pennington with this catch, as Marisnick, in that bid for a 3rd hit on the day, comes up empty.
I know every hit is paramount for Jake Marisnick, but he's got to be happy with the fact that he's squaring the baseball up today.
Much, much better. With 1 out, Tony Kemp bats. Tony's 1 for 3 on the day. He's also stolen a base. Scored a run in the 5th inning after that stolen base. Angels have decided to change their defensive alignment now against Kemp. They'll play it straight up. They had been shifting, and he has generally hit the ball on the left side of the field. In the 7th inning, he changed it up, hit a line drive on the right side, but he found Giovitella. For the Angels in the 9th inning, it'll be 2-3-4 coming up. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Will Harris is loosening in the Astros pen. Luke Gregerson also gets it loose. So you're looking at the tied or ahead scenarios loosening. On the fist, ground ball to first. Handled by Crone, 2nd out here in the inning.
Yeah, this kid can go get it too. Moving from that left field back into center field where he looks incredibly comfortable. Some Spider-Man type moves out there in center field, robbing that home run. This was the big one that put him on the map, leaping over the wall in Baltimore.
Yeah, but the defensive war people a couple of years ago didn't like Mike Trout at all, after the previous year thinking he was the best in the game. Last year they kind of balanced it out. I don't know.
It forces to ask the question, okay, if you look at that list, who are you going to take defensively? And now I'm not talking offensively. Defensively, are you going to take Dexter Fowler or George Springer? Now, I think that answers the question. I'm not sure, there might be some people in Chicago that may think a little bit differently, but I'm with you. I'm taking George Springer.
For the record, I actually didn't answer that question.
Oh, you did.
Did I?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. I think everybody at home translated.
2 outs here in the 9th inning. George Springer trying to come up with an offensive big swing. It is hockey playoff time. Hit sharply on a hop to short. Pennington will make the play in a 1-2-3 inning. Salas may be fortunate to get out of that 9th 1-2-3. To the bottom of the 9th we go, tied at 5. Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Lexus, the new 2016 Lexus ES and the ES Hybrid. It's next level luxury. 5-5 to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Astros about hit the Angels. And now Will Harris comes on to work in this tie game. 21 consecutive outings without allowing a run. It was the first outing of the year this year that saw Will Harris give up a run, and nothing since. He is more locked down than anybody else you can name around the major leagues right now. And all of that coming off a terrific year last year. Cole Calhoun leads off and takes the breaking ball for a strike.
Good idea to throw that breaking ball. Calhoun in that first inning ambushed Doug Fister on a fastball and launched it.
Calhoun has also walked a couple of times. Strikeout victim in the 7th inning. Well, you consider that Will Harris last year pitched 71 innings and allowed just 42 hits. And now chasing it with the numbers he's putting up this year. One and two the count. Evan Gattis doing what you have to do with a couple of strikes. Outfield playing very deep on Calhoun, who takes one close. It's 2-2. Now, Will Harris came up with Colorado in 2012, pitched a couple of years with the Diamondbacks, and it's just hard to believe, watching what we've seen in parts of 2 seasons, that anybody could let this guy go. Little pop on the left side. Marwin Gonzalez on the outfield grass makes the catch. First out of the inning. And now into Mike Trout and Albert Pujols.
The only knock you could maybe put on Will Harris being a late inning reliever type is that the velocity isn't that electric 95 plus miles per hour. Yet he pitches at 92, 93 with that slight little cut. And you get swings like you just saw from Cole Calhoun where he gets blown up.
And that's a valid point. I started quickly trying to think of other teams, and I stopped quickly on the Angels. Houston Street, who's on the DL, is a guy who doesn't light up the radar gun. And yet the closer for the Angels, in fact, longtime closer in the major leagues. So some guys just find a way.
Would be interesting to get some comments from opposing players on why Will Harris is so effective. He is straight over the top with that fastball curveball mix, but that natural release for Will Harris creates just that slightest little cut. We've actually talked to him about that. He just said it's natural. He's not trying to make that ball move.
Yeah, there have been a number of guys that have that type of pitch. Time right now maybe to glance at the Astros outfield. You can't play a whole lot deeper than they're playing against Trout.
That no doubles defense in effect for the Astros outfield. Yet Valbuena is off the line at third base.
There's the big swing. 2-2 the count. I hear you. So you're playing no doubles in the outfield, but allotting the double in the infield. And now 3-2 on Trout. Yeah, it is a mixed bag defensively.
Well, in your era, my era, even though, you know, 4 years removed when they started going towards the analytics. When it said no doubles, that conversation was in the outfield, but also having played a lot of third base, it was always a third baseman on the pull side of the hitter would be shaded towards that line to cut off that ball down the line to avoid letting that runner hit their way into scoring position.
And instead, with all of that talk, it's a one-out walk to Trout. He's aboard. Speed on for Albert Pujols. Second walk picked up by Trout. And now Albert Pujols, who had a long day going offensively. It struck out his first couple of at-bats, hit into a double play in the 5th inning, and then in the 7th, came up with a big RBI hit. And that one tied the game, or rather gave the Angels the lead temporarily at 5-4. The Astros have come back to tie it at 5. And again, that third base line unprotected on the infield here for Pujols. Speed aboard from Trout.
Good guy to double up. But there's one way to stay out of that double play, and you see what the Astros are thinking it too. Mike Trout still has plenty of speed to steal a bag. Evan Gattis behind home plate. This is going to be a pretty good test for Mike Trout, Will Harris, and Evan Gattis.
Nice job by Tyler White. There is something about that pickoff attempt that leaves a lot of pitchers wanting to make the perfect throw, ankle high right there at the bag.
And that's not the initial purpose of the pickoff, is just to get that runner thinking that he can't get that big a lead because he knows you're thinking about him.
Pujols looked like he was taking a shot toward right center on a pitch away.
Well, I tell you what, if you look up at the defense, now you can see why. That cutter from Will Harris, just stay on it, try and go the other way, because you know if you shoot a gap and you got a guy like Mike Trout at first base, he is going to be waved home.
Yeah, if you give Pujols a legitimate double, Trout is going to be sprinting toward home plate. That walk issued by Will Harris, just the 4th he has provided this year. Into right center field and dropping in front of Colby Rasmus. It'll be a single. Stopping at second is Mike Trout. And Trout no doubt had to hold back a little bit right there. Not sure if that drops in front of Rasmus. Second hit of the day for Pujols, and now runners at first and second. Mike Trout representing the winning run. Johnny Giavotella comes to the plate.
Thought there might have been an opportunity for Mike Trout to test Colby Rasmus, but you could see he wasn't off very quickly with that ball being hit. But we talked about the Astros defense in the outfield playing no doubles and quite deep, so it took a little bit longer for Colby Rasmus to get to that ball, but I think the knowledge of how well Colby throws shut him down.
So now the game on the line with Giavotella at the plate, a guy who has swung the bat extremely well in the month of May, hitting .293 overall. As Harris falls behind. Giavotella on the afternoon, 1 for 3. He's hit safely in 16 of his last 17 games. And takes a strike. With runners in scoring position, Giavotella has been dynamite for the Angels, hitting .333.
Really done all of his damage in May, too.
Came into play today, hitting .366 in the month. Yeah, going back to your comments about hitters against Will Harris, I would love also to have that conversation and find out what opposing hitters would say about him.
Yeah, because we can really sit up here and say whatever we want, but it's actually what's going on in the field that's making him even that much more effective.
Well, he's allowed well less than a runner per inning this year, and yet now in the 9th inning, 2 runners on against him. Game on the line, 9th inning. And a 2-2 count. You wonder if Mike Trout has considered the running game at all with Evan Gattis behind the plate. Harris with the 2-2. Gattis with a nice slide to block it. And now 3-2, 1 out. Mike Trout taking a good look at his third base coach, Ron Roenicke, former Major League manager. Trout edging to a pretty good lead at second base.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going, but he's definitely doing a good job of extending that lead to get a good jump on a possible base hit.
Runners go, the pitch fouled back. Even Albert Pujols on the move.
A good way to stay out of that double play, which would end this inning. Put those runners in motion. But you do risk the strike him out, throw him out double play.
Now Gio Vitella has struck out just 15 times on the year. Yeah, now over 140 at bats, so
that might be why they're running.
Yeah, Mike Scioscia relying on his second baseman to put some wood on it. Again, a 3-2, runners go. The pitch is fouled back and just above us. You know what? That one had a chance of doing a little tip flip job right here on me. Oh, you're going to throw some paper in front of it, huh?
We heard that's a pretty good tactic up here.
I hear that. Astros with a little meeting at the mound. It's Valbuena and Gattis out there. Maybe talking about trying to stop the runners from the Angels here. Ooh, that had nasty tip flip on, written all over it for me right there.
That was coming in hot. You don't need that on an afternoon like this, Ash. Trying to call a ball game or we're getting fired at.
You and I are going to hit the airplane at some point today. Right on into Arizona. 2 games coming up with the Diamondbacks. In fact, 4 with 2 at home, but pressing matters right here. Runners go again and again. Gio Vitella with a very big swing as he fouls it back.
Yeah, he's taking some healthy hacks, and Will Harris continuing to throw strikes in his 3-2 count.
Rafael Ortega, left-hand hitter, waiting on deck. 9th pitch coming up in this at-bat, and there's Ortega. He has swung it well today. Nobody loosening in the Astros pen. It's all on Will Harris. The 1-out walk to Trout has set up this opportunity here for the Halos. Runners go, the pitch, strike 3, and no throw from Evan Gattis. So a foul tip hung on to by Gattis, but no effort at all to throw, and now runners at second and third. First base open. Rafael Ortega coming to the plate. And that appeared to be the call right there. No throw at all from the Astros.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that because you can watch on that replay, Evan Gattis just holds onto the pitch, sits in his squat back there, no intention of coming out. I thought possibly there might be an opportunity to throw behind and try and get the runner Albert Pujols going to second base.
Well, that would have been the logical one with Pujols not able to run well, but now it's runners at second and third, Ortega at the plate, hitting .258, and a big swing and a miss. Infield drawn in at the corners.
Here's a look at what we're talking about, Ash. Runners taken off. Ooh, might even had a chance at Trout at third base.
That was a golden shot at third base.
And Valbuena was covering on the play. Nobody covering up the middle.
You know, Mike Trout did not have a jump at all on that particular pitch.
No, he was just looking like he was trying to get in motion. No intent of stealing. He anticipated contact.
Ball and a strike on Ortega. Switch hitting Cliff Pennington waiting on deck. Yeah, that you talk about golden opportunities at third. That was presented there with Trout on the move. Double steal, by the way, for the Angels. And now a 2-1 count. Now till.
Wow.
Now that's a wide open door.
Don't you at least have to take a shot?
Two and two.
Well, you know, in that situation, there's what, 3 options? Throw to third, throw to second, shut it down completely.
Yep.
I think option 3 was taken, shut it down completely.
I think that's what the call was. And maybe Mike Trout was relying on that after seeing maybe a lack of reaction on previous pitches there from Evan Gattis. Did I see 95 on that last heat? Ortega gets a piece.
Sure did.
Again, 95 from Will Harris. There goes your theory about the mid-90s.
Yeah,
from Will.
now he's become that guy, right?
A lot of heat on Evan Gattis right here, by the way. Again, Ortega spoils as he fouls it left side.
What about personnel? If you have Castro behind home plate, what do you do?
In that double steal scenario, to me, you throw.
Yeah. Could that be a thought?
Yeah, I think it could be. But I've seen Evan Gattis throw, and he throws fine. Little tapper right side. White on to Harris, and they make the big play. Ortega retired as the Angels strand a pair in the bottom of the 9th inning. To extra innings we go in a 5-5 tie. Extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Right-hander Joe Smith comes on to pitch for the Angels now. 10th inning, 5-5 tie. And Will Harris battled through another inning there. That one a tough one. There haven't been many tough ones for Will. Now the Astros try to do their work against sidearm slinging Joe Smith.
It's going to be tough, especially for lefties with that .213 batting average against. Does have a 1-3 record, but that's the part of being a closer, late inning type guy that you risk losing those ball games. In those last 8 appearances, Joe Smith has been pretty good. But he's going to be facing Altuve, who's making a bid for possibly his first 5-hit game ever.
That's big stuff. 4 for 4 on the day.
Kind of surprising as many hits as Altuve gets.
Hits in the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 7th innings for Jose. Takes a strike to start it. It's Altuve, Rasmussen, Gaddis, 2-3-4 for Houston. 2 hopper on the left side. Pennington will unload a strong throw to get Altuve. So no 5 hits at this point. 4 for 5 on the day. 1 out here in the 10th. You know, that stat actually surprises me. I would have thought that Altuve somewhere along the way had 5 hits.
No, that thoroughly surprises me. As we said earlier, he has 88 3-hit games.
Colby Rasmus stands in. Colby has a walk and a sacrifice today. 0 for 2. Grounded into a tough double play in the 7th inning.
A lot of double plays today.
I've got mustard or something all over my notes.
Well, it's all those hot dogs you got.
I'm only human, Blummer.
Yeah.
Some say. Not your daughters.
No, you're much greater than that.
Yes, exactly. Here you guys might have a barbecue happening here this afternoon.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Any chance you could be a part of it?
Not at this rate. Need Colby to help us out right here.
The Astros with 11 hits, the Angels with 9. And the Astros have committed the game's only 2 errors. 3-2 the count on Colby Rasmus.
Astro pitching out of some jams that you were talking about. Angels have left 10 runners on base.
While the Astros have stranded just 5 on the afternoon. And a 1-out walk. So Rasmus puts some speed aboard as Evan Gaddis comes to the plate. Gaddis hits in his last 2 at-bats. A single and a double, and he scored twice. Evan takes a strike. Gaddis with a .248 batting average, on base percentage at .308. The Astros have 1 stolen base on this afternoon. That picked up by Tony Kemp in the 5th, his first major league bag. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Just takes one mistake. Evan did a good job that last at bat, getting a fastball away and driving it in that opposite field gap. Tell you what, he'd like to get a hanging sinker out over the middle of the plate, turn on it.
Takes a strike. Counted 1-2. Tony Sipp, the left-hander, gets loose in the Astros pen. So Will Harris likely done with his 1 inning of work. Where Evan Gattis' last long ball came in the Baltimore series. Hits one to right center field and deep at the wall as Calhoun drops it. And now Rasmus, who had stopped, heads for third base. That's as far as he'll get. And you can't blame Colby. It stopped just in front of the bag at second as Cole Calhoun, right up against the wall, had this ball drop out of his glove. It'll be a 2-base error. And the first miscue of the day for the Angels.
How about that? Cole Calhoun, usually a reliable right fielder, had made some good plays around here in Angels Stadium earlier in this game. Gets to a spot. Wonder if the sun had anything to do with that, looking dead into it as he was moving. Hits off the heel of the glove. And I'm with you, Ash. Colby Rasmus did as best he could because you would assume that Cole Calhoun makes his play.
Well, there's no way you could assume he's not going to make that play, right?
Yeah.
And therefore
you can't anticipate that.
You've got to stop. The Angels are going to give the intentional pass to Valbuena to load him up. It's 1 out, and Tyler White is in the on-deck circle.
And an opportunity given to the Houston Astros here in the top of the 10th. Can they take advantage of it?
There's the 4th wide one. Valbuena heads on down to first base.
First baseman, number 13.
And now Tyler White in a big spot. Can the Astros take advantage of that very rare error charged to Cole Calhoun?
Yeah, off the bat of Gattis, I was just hoping it had enough to get up off the wall and get away from Calhoun.
Rasmus the runner at third. It's Gattis at second. Valbuena at first. 1 out as Tyler White takes a strike.
First time Tyler White has to face Joe Smith in the big leagues. It's with the bases juiced and a chance to win the ball game.
Sees that first pitch fastball, takes it, and now things will turn tough. Quickly the count at 0-2 on Tyler. Keep in mind the Astros have hit into 4 double plays today and desperately need to stay out of another one right here. It's right center time now for Tyler White.
Again, you're thinking drive something to the outfield. Colby Rasmus on third. Pretty good wheels.
Smith brings it. And White down on strikes. With a couple of strikes, Smith turns to the slider. And now with 2 outs, it brings up Marwin Gonzalez. And Marwin's had a long day with the bat, 0 for 4. He has grounded into one of the double plays.
It's hard to hit that slider with the rear end going the other way.
Yep. I just felt like giving up the first fastball strike was costly.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Be aggressive early on, especially against a guy like Joe Smith. And you can see he kind of spikes that slider when he comes through, but spinning away in that lower half of Tyler White going into that Angel dugout.
Marwin hitting just .223 now.
the great thing about baseball is that sometimes you get presented with that chance at redemption, and that's it right for Marwin Gonzalez right here. A couple of tough ABs throughout this game for Marwin. Talked about that double play in the 6th.
A 1-1 count. Take strike 2.
And according to my book, Marwin's the only Astro not to reach base in this ballgame.
One and 2 the count. Marwin able to foul it off. Altuve has 4 of the 11 Houston hits. Gaddis and Marisnick each with a pair. Yeah, this is the time for redemption. Joe Smith takes a little walk around the hill. And you see the base runners, Rasmus Gaddis and Valbuena. Joe Smith on the hill. Yeah, it was Joe Smith in the tough spot there starting the at-bat on Tyler White. But once he got ahead, it seemed to turn everything around. And now the catcher goes out to the mound. One and 2. Line drive, but right at thrown. And another line drive out here on this very frustrating afternoon. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning in a 5-5 tie. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning for the Angels. 7, 8, 9 coming up. They'll do it against new left-hander Tony Sipp.
There's Tony Sipp. Making that 22nd appearance on the season. He has a save under his belt. Pretty good whip. For a left-hander, he's got great numbers against that right-handed hitter. Mostly due to that split-fingered fastball that he has. Last 10 games, pitching well in this month, much like a lot of those guys coming out of that Astro bullpen.
Pennington leads it off. Switch hitting shortstop. Turns and bats right-handed now. Tony Sipp has allowed 17 hits in 18 innings this year. But he's also struck out 19, to what Jeff Blum was talking about. Good swing as he fouls it back. Angels led it 1-0 in the first inning. They got a one-out home run out of Cole Calhoun. The Astros took a 3-1 lead in the fifth inning. And then both teams started trading one-run innings. Angels a big 2 spot in the 7th. Astros caught him with a singleton in the 8th. But that is tough on the psyche, Blummer, when you're able to get the bases loaded with 1 out and can't score as the Astros did in the top of this 10th.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, you do everything right. You create a situation where you're giving yourself the opportunity to win a ball game. They did it with a couple of walks. They had an error given to them, extra out in that inning given to them, and unable to capitalize on a big strikeout to Tyler White. But then again, we've seen it a lot here in recent days, the bad luck of Astros squaring the ball up, just hitting it right at somebody.
Marwin Gonzalez with that line shot, but right at C.J. Cron. Been a really weird game in that regard. So many line drives at people. Pennington pops it up on the left side. Marwin will call off Valbuena and make the play. First out of the inning. To bring up the catcher, Jeff Vandy. Vandy has a walk and a sacrifice, also an RBI today. He has scored a run. Way out in front. Vandy takes a lengthy stroll around the home plate umpire there, or home plate area, excuse me. Vandy came up just briefly last year with the Angels. Again off speed, again the swing and a miss. Do you change or come right back to the off speed?
Sipp loves that split finger, especially to right-handed hitters.
The 1-2 to Bandy. Again, that splitter. Bandy finds a way to stay back long enough to get a piece. Bandy's 26 years of age. From this part of the world, Southern California. One of your Pac-12 guys, Blummer, University of Arizona.
Good ball players come out of that pack.
Line to left center field, solid base hit. Sipp tried to slip a fastball in and couldn't get it done. The 1-out single brings up the 9 spot. The Angels will go to the bench and send a pinch runner down to first base. So Bandy comes up with a big swing.
Bandy just dropped the head on that fastball.
Shane Robinson, who we've seen in left field here in the series, is the pinch runner.
Most likely mean that Carlos Perez will come in and catch, depending on what happens at the end of this inning.
And now a pinch hitter for the Angels. Gregorio Petit, who played yesterday at shortstop, is now the pinch hitter. He bats for Caleb Coward. Coward was 1 for 4 on his day. Petit takes down and away. That hit by Bandy, number 10 for the Angels. Hit to right. Colby has a beat on it, makes the play. Fires back to first base. As Robinson had gone about halfway. Second out of the inning, back to the top now with C.J. Cron. Cron came on for Yunel Escobar, who was injured back in the second inning. I think at the top of the third. And now A.J. Hinch is going to come out to the mound. Pat Neshek is loose in the pen. And that'll do it for Tony Sipp. So A.J. will play the percentages, bring on the right-hander to face the right-handed bat of Cron. We'll be right back in this 5-5 tie. On here in the bottom of the 10th inning. All tied at 5, runner at first base. And the assignment is to get the right-handed bat of C.J. Cron.
As good as Tony Sipp is against right-handers, Neshek doing extremely well also with that 0.57 average against him. In here to get this out right here of C.J. Cron. Get the Astros back in the dugout, get that offense, see if they can create a winning situation.
The Angels have right-hander Deolis Guerra throwing in the pen. As Neshek brings his first offering. Slider in for a strike. Robinson goes from first. The pitch, a ball, the throw down, a good one, and not in time. Good throw from Evan Gattis.
That was right on the money.
I was sure anticipating the thumb coming up right there. I think A.J. Hinch has gotten word that maybe the thumb should have come up.
Did you just see A.J.? I've never seen that before. He popped out of the dugout, looked at the home plate umpire, and went and gave him the out sign.
And he may be right, and the Astros hope he is.
I hope so too,
Yeah.
because Evan Gattis popped out of there and put a throw right on the money. Good tag by Altuve.
Really perfect on the throw. And so you get a glimpse as to why I said I thought Evan Gattis was fine for the throw earlier in the game, but apparently the throw was taken off.
Yep, there's impact. Hand is not to the second base yet by Shane Robertson. I think this call will be overturned, and the Astros will get their chance on offense.
Well, the umpires confirm. Just a couple of them behind home plate. You really got to like what you saw from Evan Gattis with the throw.
I agree.
Maybe that loosens everybody up in that regard.
I'm going to take these headsets off. Let's go, guys.
Can't take long, can it?
No, here we go.
He is out at second base. Evan Gattis with a caught stealing on the perfect throw, and that'll do it. Pat Neshek ultimately doesn't have to get the out at the plate. So we played 10. We're still tied at 5. Extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Angels turn to their bullpen once again as we turn to the 11th inning. Deolis Guerra will come on, big right-hander.
So look at our game summary. We're all tied up here. Going into the top of the 11th inning, Jake Marisnick's had himself a good ball game, breaking out a little bit. 2 for 4. He's got a big 2-run home run in this game. And again, the issue for the Astros is that runners in scoring position average. Not too bad today at 3 for 11, but the bases loaded in the 10th inning would have been a nice time to pick up another run, but got himself a hanging slider right here. Got the foot down, leaned back on that, drove it out of that left center field. Part of this ballpark at Angels Stadium. 2-run bomb, putting the Astros ahead and bringing joy into that, some life into that dugout too.
Guerra on the hill. Carlos Perez is the new catcher for the Angels. As that first offering not close. Just been in the big leagues for a little over a week. And appeared in a couple of games. Not very successfully based on those numbers. Marisnick, Kemp, and Springer here in the 11th.
Guerra looks like a big guy coming down at you. You got that fastball only averaging around 90 miles an hour. Has a curveball and a changeup to go with it. Except that changeup might be the pitch.
Gets in front 1-2 on Marisnick. Single and dinger for Jake. 2-hopper to short. Pennington makes the play. Good strong throw. Out number 1.
Left fielder, number 16, Tony Kemp.
Tony Kemp hits with 1 out. Tony's 1 for 4 on the day, a 5th inning single. Stolen base also, and a run scored. That was run number 3 for Houston. The Astros took a 3-1 lead at that point, but it has simply gone back and forth since. Ball and a strike. Guerra is 27 years of age. Tony Kemp out in front on that change. Guerra hails from Venezuela. Ground ball to first. Cron with the play. Second out of the inning. Last night, Danny Worth continues his strong year at AAA.
Yeah, don't come into the house. Danny Worth will take you out of there. Walk-off grand salami. Where was he last inning?
Tell you what, he's been at Fresno all year long and dealing.
You mean pitching?
Got a great knuckleball we hear.
It's obviously why we signed him.
You know what? I got a chance to watch him. I'm sure you did the same thing this spring. And I was thoroughly impressed with him defensively. All the infield drills.
Yeah, he's solid. You know, he's not going to do anything that'll dazzle you, except every once in a while hit you a game-winning grand slam.
Oh, that's sort of once in a while thing.
Yeah,
huh?
that's not too bad to do every once in a while, but I'm with you. He can move all over the infield, play a little bit of outfield, true professional.
George Springer grounds 1 foul. Ball and a strike on George. 1 for 5 today. A couple of strikeouts, a 7th inning single. Hit a line drive at the shortstop Pennington, and when it was all said and done, Pennington just got chewed up with that liner. Foul outside the bag. The Astros head on to Arizona, where they'll start off a 2-game trip now the next couple of days. Colin McHugh goes tomorrow against Edwin Escobar. That's a 3:10 start, a couple of day games in Arizona. And then Tuesday, 2:40 start, Lance McCullers against Patrick Corbin. Arizona follows, comes right into Houston for a pair. As the Astros get back home, 2 with the Diamondbacks and 3 with the Oakland A's, a brief 5-game homestand, and right back on the road again. 4 in Texas against the Rangers, 3 in Tampa Bay, and 2 in St. Louis. Ground ball to third. Springer digging down the line, makes it close, but that'll do it here in the 11th, a 1-2-3 frame. It's a 5-5 game. 11th inning. Pat Neshek still on the hill. Concludes his warm-up tosses. For the Angels here in the 11th inning, it's the top of the order. C.J. Cron comes right back up there. He was at the plate when Shane Robinson took off trying to steal second base and was gunned down by Evan Gattis. A perfect throw from Gattis. So Cron stands back in, followed by Calhoun and Trout here in the 11th. Pfister, Giles, Feldman, Harris, Sipp, and now Neshek for the Astros. For the Angels on the mound, Tropiano, Bedrosian, Malley, Salas, Smith, and Guerra. The slider apparently called high.
There's a seam out of the zone.
I don't get it. I just do not get it. Little tapper back to the hill. Pat Neshek with the play in the first out of the inning. You know, and you've talked about the fact that these umpires, after every time they umpire home plate, will get a review sheet to show them exactly what they got right and what they missed. And we watch pitch after pitch in the zone called a ball.
That'd be interesting. With all the analytics that we get these days, it'd be nice to see if they could break down the percentage of missed calls.
Yeah.
And see what that actually is. I'm sure somebody out there has that and there's a link to it somehow, but it would be interesting to see that. And I'm with you as far as how do you tighten that up, because you know you're going to miss some on the edges every now and then, but a full baseball within that strike zone, that's a problem.
And again, I'll just reflect on what Steve Sparks and I were talking about. An umpire at home plate, for us, that pitcher-catcher way of thinking, should be looking for a strike, and if it's there, call it. Otherwise, it's a ball, not the other way around. Drive right center field and deep, back at the wall, off the wall. Calhoun into second, heads for third. The throw from Rasmus not in time, and Cole Calhoun has come up with a big swing, a one-out triple. And now Trout and Pujols coming up. And now A.J. Hinch has some decisions to make.
That was that changeup from Neshek. Usually tries to keep that away from left-handed hitters. This one stayed on the inside corner, came right back into the swing of Cole Calhoun, and he ripped it. As it bounces off the wall, it gives him an opportunity to get to third base. 90 feet away from that winning run, and I'm with you. This might be an opportunity where you see Trout will be intentionally walked in, Pujols possibly too.
Well, so Trout will be walked. And then the big question is, with Pujols, do you face him with that possibility of getting the ground ball for the double play? And I would say that's a legitimate chance.
Well, look who's hitting behind Pujols, Giavotella. I'm going after Giavotella.
Are you? Okay. And that's the big decision.
I'm not going to let Pujols beat me.
Yep. And the fourth wide one to Trout. Now, we won't have to wait long to find out how A.J. Hinch plays this. It'll be another 4 wide ones. So you are dead on the money. Back-to-back intentional passes.
That'll create a force play at any base. But most importantly, a force out at home plate to cut off that winning run.
Ultimately, if you're talking about just force, you've got to get that one. If you get the double play, great.
Yeah, your initial thought is getting that lead runner at home plate.
So when you come into Anaheim, you know you're going to face that tandem in the middle, Trout and Pujols, and in this case, A.J. Hinch says, not for me. Not in the 11th inning. Back-to-back intentional passes. Bases loaded for Johnny Giavotella. A.J. Hinch comes to the mound, and he wants the entire infield there.
This is just to reassure the defense what their process is if the ball is hit to them. We talked about the force play all over the infield. There is one out in this inning, so a double play would get you out of this inning, but you have to turn that double play if you decide to go for it, which I'm not sure would be the position the Astros will put themselves in. I think they're going to put themselves in a position to field the ground ball and throw Cole Calhoun out at home plate.
Infield draws in. And that certainly lends to that theory.
And the corner's got to be active here because Giavotella already has a safety squeeze bunt in this game. Can handle the bat a little bit.
Giavotella takes the ball. Rick Renicky, the third base coach, is hollering at Giavotella, step out. I've got some signs down here.
Did you happen to see where that last pitch was?
I did not, but it looked pretty close, yeah?
Yep.
Home plate umpire today, Pat Hoberg, has just missed a lot of strikes. Players get called out, and umpires should too.
I just hate seeing it in these situations. You hate seeing it, period, in the game, but man.
Well, what a difference, 0-1 versus 1-0 here. Again, the infield in. Slider finds the inside edge.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but that's amazing.
So we balance the slate.
Sure.
Ball and a strike. Each club with 11 hits. Slider fouled back. And now 1-2 the count on Johnny Giavotella. Giavotella put on quite an at-bat in the ninth inning. A couple of runners at second and third, but eventually struck out. Right off the end of the bat. If it goes any further, Rafael Ortega waits on deck. Much of this crowd in Anaheim on their feet. Strike three, got him.
Big
Throws
pitch.
the fastball right on by and a big second out.
We talked about his last AB with Giavotella. Doesn't strike out much on the season. Neshek with a big K right here. Just beats him with the fastball.
Giavotella has had 2 of those at-bats.
Wow.
Comes up empty twice, and now Ortega stands in, and the infield can play back. Wow, what a big out that was.
Yeah, back-to-back Ks. Intentionally walking into the situation. Neshek not done yet, but that was a huge out.
Out at any base. Ortega at the plate and takes away. Been a long day for Ortega, but it all started lining into a double play in the second as a 1-1 count. Neshek comes with the 1-1. And now in front 1-2. And a strike away from getting out of this inning. Neshek brings it. Little fister, shallow in center, but not deep enough as Marwin backs to make the play. So Pat Neshek gets out of the jam, a one-out triple by Cole Calhoun. Walks to Trout and Pujols to load him, and then he gets Giovotella and Ortega. We go a 5-5 tie, Astros and Angels in the deciding game of this three-game series. Jose Altuve will lead it off. 4 hits on the day, 4 for 5 as he tries to get it started here in the 12th. Bumps that batting average to .325. Grounded out to short as he led off the 10th inning. Deolis Guerra still on the hill for the Angels. A ball and a strike on Jose. Been stuck at 9 home runs for a while. What a job by Pat Neshek to get out of that previous half inning.
Truly remarkable.
Two balls and a strike. We mentioned it last at bat for Altuve. And now another shot at picking up 5 hits for the first time in his career in one ball game. And now 3-1, but that assignment right now, get on base any way you can. Much of the crowd here at Angel Stadium has departed. The 3-1 from Guerra. Chop foul.
That's how the day's. Never mind. That's how Altuve's been getting hot. That's how he started right there. Was that base hit up the middle. But it's good to see some of that quickness back in the bat of Jose Altuve. Some of that aggressiveness we've seen early in the count that we've become accustomed to. Kind of tough with these shadows they've got going on right now.
3-2 pitch. I don't know about you, but we've had a shadow on our monitor all day long. It's been kind of tough. You seem to be dealing well.
Yeah, I'm doing okay compared to what I had earlier in the series.
Yeah. Guerra taking his time. We'll check in for the signs once again. Altuve stays alive, gets just enough as Perez is unable to come up with that. Yeah, it's that time of day now where it starts to get tougher and tougher for the hitters. Shadows creeping out toward the mound.
Yeah, that light standard in between the pitcher and hitter makes it real tough to pick up rotation.
There has been no scoring since the 8th inning. The Astros tied the game with a run in that 8th. And again, Altuve able to chop it foul.
Being a pest. Did a good job at doing it too.
Five runs, 11 hits for both teams. The Astros have committed 2 errors. The Angels 1. Altuve shoots it foul. The Angels have left 13 base runners. Tack on 3 in that 11th inning. Make that the 11th inning. The Astros have left 8. And again, Altuve fouls it, this time first base side. Guerra is extremely deliberate. The 11th pitch of this at bat now coming up. Guerra fell behind 3-1, but now pumping strikes. Altuve spoiling. And again, the foul ball. And again to the booth to our right. How did this paper thing become an issue?
I think there was a series before somebody tried to knock down a foul ball with a piece of paper. I'm not sure how effective it was, but the next booth over with the Angels announcers in it. Every time a foul ball comes up here, throw up the paper.
Altuve drives one right center field, deep, right at the edge of the warning track. But Calhoun with the catch. So Guerra wins that lengthy battle. First out here in the inning.
You just hope that Altuve broke him down a little bit and he can make a mistake to Colby Rasmus or Evan Gattis, who were up next. But a quality AB.
So Altuve now 4 for 6 on his day. One out, Colby Rasmus coming to the plate. Of course, that meant that Perez had to go to the mound. Shift on in the infield.
Astros need some of that late inning magic we saw last year. Wasn't it Jed Lowry that hit that bomb down the right field line?
Was it ever? Yeah. That was the highly improbable inning that could have been as big as any all season long for the team.
Just a wild inning to finish off Houston Street and the Angels.
George Springer, if I recall correctly, had a triple in that inning. And
something like a dropped line drive or ground ball or something. There was some weird stuff going on in that game.
Houston Street was on the mound. Preston Tucker came to the plate with 2 outs, nobody on base, and Tucker with 2 strikes hit a home run. And that started the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, you're recalling correctly, I believe. There's some big hits in that game, but that was one of those season changers.
Colby fouls it back. Getting a swing on a 3-0, trying to take advantage and launch one.
Let it go, kid. I like it.
Guerra brings the 3-1, and Colby again offering, fouls it left side. Did that foul hit the guy wire, or?
I was not tracking it. I was too busy drawing extra frames on my scorecard.
3-2 pitch. Down on strikes, Colby Rasmus. And now 2 outs in the inning, despite a couple of 3-ball counts. 8 strikeouts of Astros hitters.
Pretty impressive changeup from Guerra in that 3-2 count.
And now it's in the hands of Evan Gattis. Michael Feliz is heating it up in the Astros pen. And that would seem to be a pretty good guy to bring on. He has been tearing it up. Ball and a strike on Evan.
His stuff with these shadows. Makes that seat up here even more comfortable.
Gattis loops it into shallow center. Giovotella back to make the play and then drops it. So the umpire's signal that the catch was made. A 1-2-3 12th inning. To the bottom of the 12th we go. Michael Feliz coming on. Tie game. It's a 5-5 game. Michael Feliz comes in out of the pen to work it here at Angels Stadium. Gorgeous place. Michael Feliz has been dynamite.
Really has. Fastball, slider, the occasional changeup, but he has been stupendous for me out of that bullpen, doing a great job. But really found himself maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago coming out of that pen. He has been an absolute blast to watch.
And you wonder where those findings come from. What leads to a guy like Feliz going from huge struggles to being so dominant.
Yeah, something clicked, didn't it? That arm is alive and well.
He'll face the 7, 8, 9 spots. Cliff Pennington leads it off. He'll be followed by Carlos Perez. As immediately Feliz gets in front 0-2. Gregorio Petit is the 3 hitter in the inning. That shadow now completely covering the home plate area. And a partial shadow out on the hill. It's 2-2. Little looper right at shortstop. Valbuena will cut in front and make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here in the 12th. The day started with total cloud cover. Right now it's blue skies over the stadium.
They go from May gray to June gloom the way this game's going.
Well, we're in that 4.5-hour range right now. You're going to carry it that far, though, huh?
I just feel like I can't think straight anymore. All this talk about Doug Fister.
I see nothing flawed in your thinking.
Doug Fister, we always tout as being an excellent getaway day pitcher. I need to accept the fact that he is terrible.
How do you think your meal on the flight is coming right about now?
Overcooked. It's going to be a charburger puck.
So you're going to go for the cheeseburger, huh?
If it's still available.
Ball and a strike.
The lettuce on that salad is turning brown.
Well, you've had your dine-in already here. Mike Moore gets it loose for the Angels. You've dined pretty healthily here. Well, maybe I'll retract that word.
Yeah, I've dined.
Yeah. I hope you tipped Julia as she brought the food in for you.
I gave her a high five.
There's a high pop. Marwin Gonzalez. And out number 2.
Third baseman, number 8, Gregorio Petit.
June gloom. Boy, that's really stretching this thing out.
We're close.
I remember back in the days when we used to catch some commercial flights.
No way.
Yes.
Come on.
You do not even think I'm trying to mess with you.
Are you telling me you had to carry your own luggage?
We would walk into airports, get on.
You must have been accosted going through there. That's Ellen Ashby.
Yeah, that exactly happened. Yeah. Larry Anderson used to drag some $20 bills in front of people at the airport.
That's awesome.
Wear the bad teeth thing. Walk around smiling at the folks.
Bad teeth, teasing the patrons at the airlines, pulling chicken fingers out of your suit pockets. What else happened out there?
Telling Stephen Wright jokes, left and right. Pitch is fouled back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Can you put a little help up there for Quiggs?
Yeah, I'm just going to set my scorebook over there for him so he can knock down some foul balls.
2-2 the count. We love you if you're still hanging with us. Count stays at 2-2.
It's close. We're always glad to have Quiggs here, but
Quiggs.
He has a tendency just to throw up the scorecard to knock down foul balls up here.
He got done with his caddying gig earlier today and slipped in to help us. Popped up, shallow in left center field. Marisnik coming on. We go to the 13th. A 5-5 game. Astros and Angels. A guy by the name of Paul Goldschmidt makes a living and makes a good one, doesn't he?
Wow, poor Will Harris. That was probably the last run Will Harris gave up.
Might have been.
But yeah, he's out there in the desert, having a rough season this year. Only hit 250. But Paul Goldschmidt, a Houston area native out of the Woodlands. Good all-around human being, but he has one of the better right-handed swings in all of baseball, doing a great job. And eventually, we will get to see him in action. Uniforms are a little bit different.
They've changed those unis on a pretty regular basis, haven't they?
Yeah, they're aggressive.
And we're hoping they play regulation games there in the desert. Mike Morin comes on to work for the Angels. Getting word that our flight may have left without us, Plummer. Hold that bus.
Can't blame them. It's a 6-hour drive. We'll hop in the car. We'll take I-10 east.
Luis Valbuena leads off. Has an 0-2 count. Our Aggies have picked up an SEC tournament championship, huh?
That's what it looks like, huh? It's good news.
A lot of the fans letting us know they're hanging in, and we do appreciate it. Bat waves, but Valbuena able to hold it back. One and two the count. Morin brings it. Ground ball right side. Giovatella makes the play. Valbuena erased. Out number one here in the 13th.
First baseman, number 13, Tyler White.
I'll bring up Tyler White, who had a very big at bat. His previous time to the plate, 10th inning, bases loaded, 1 out. He took a first pitch fastball right through there from Joe Smith and eventually struck out. That led to Marwin Gonzalez lining out to end the inning. Tyler first pitch swinging this time.
I wonder how many of our fans are still hanging on or just came back to the game.
Now, how many have been with us from pitch one? Line drive into left field. That'll drop for a hit. One at bat late, but maybe starting something here in the 13th. What's coming up in the months of, well, not much left in May, but certainly June coming along. Some of the clubs the Astros will be playing.
It's minor league action. Cardinals and Reds on that next, well, not the next homestand, but after the next one. Got the Diamondbacks and Athletics coming into Houston.
Our producers, Reds, have been a mess to this point.
Yeah, I'm putting it all on him too.
Marwin Gonzalez at the plate. Well, we've got some saying they've been here since the pregame.
Wow, that's impressive. Go.
Haven't even gone to the bathroom since pitch one.
It's a bold strategy.
Ground ball right side, that finds a hole. Tyler White stops at second base. Back-to-back hits, White and Marwin Gonzalez. And for Marwin, it snaps a really long day now, 1 for 6. Yeah, that's been our ploy, to hang in here from pitch one without going to the bathroom. Not sure you should follow that suit, but you do as you please.
I was going to say, yeah, well, there's some secrets to this business that we won't divulge.
I'd like to know. Please talk.
I said secrets, man. We can't tell everything.
Jake Marisnick takes a strike. Angels get another arm loose in the pen. That anticipation. Julie Chassin is that reliever getting it loose. Right-hander. 0-2 the count on Jake Marisnick. There's Chassin. He's been with us from pitch one. And now Carlos Correa has grabbed a bat. He's in the on-deck circle as Marisnick goes down on strikes. So we didn't see Carlos Correa earlier in the game. He now comes on as a pinch hitter. This is the Tony Kemp spot. So we now see Carlos Correa.
I think somebody wants you to sing "It's a Small World," Ash.
Not going to happen.
That could really crush our ratings.
20 innings or sing "It's a Small
Oh,
World."
man, you put a number on it. That's not good.
9 strikeouts of Astros hitters. And now Carlos Correa. I hear that David Barron is trying to get a hold of us. Not picking up on that one for some reason. The 1-0 right off the end of the bat of Carlos Correa. Oh, it's David Barron who wants me to sing, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Disneyland is right nearby. I'm sure you go there all the time, Blummer. You're probably much better qualified for that song.
I'm only singing "Let It Go." That's it. I'm not going with "Small World." It's too old school. I need something a little more updated.
Well, what does "Let It Go" imply right here? You talking about the big swing, or
No, the movie
just
Frozen.
enjoy? I understand.
Oh, I thought you were talking about, no, I'm talking about my vocal range.
Oh, like
You've heard it.
let's see if we can get John Travolta to announce you as you
Oh
sing
yeah,
that song.
he could blow. He would definitely blow my name up. That is for sure.
Joffrey Bloomfield. Bloomfield, yeah.
Blumenfield.
2-1 the count on Correa. Pitch hit high to left field, and it's deep back at the track, at the wall. It's out of here! Carlos Correa, as a pinch hitter, launches a 3-run bomb to left field, and the Astros have taken the lead here in the 13th. How about that swing?
Well, he was available. There was a situation earlier in this game. We were kind of wondering if Carlos Correa would be available, but now he finally decides to step in that box, gets himself a hanging off speed pitch and pummels it into that bullpen in left center field.
His 8th home run of the year.
Better late than never.
And he took some angry swings in that at bat. Would you agree?
Yes,
or some
he
vicious
should.
swings anyway. Boy, that's good to see. George Springer at the plate. Take a look at that scoreboard in right field. It says Astros 8, Angels 5. And Carlos Correa comes through in a big way. Tyler White with a hit in the inning. Marwin Gonzalez as well. Watch this swing. Let it fly time.
Told you, let it go.
Yeah.
69 on that pitch. That is generating some serious pop on your own because that pitch wasn't allowing it. But we also know that Carlos Correa has had some great games here in Angel Stadium. This one, big time.
3-run pinch hit home run, Correa.
We found a new niche for him. Just leave him on the bench.
You know what? That kind of swing is what we saw so much last year in the New York series to start this year. Springer down on strikes. But in the 13th inning, Carlos Correa is summoned and comes through a 3-run bomb, and the Astros take an 8-5 lead. Astros lead over the Angels. To the bottom of the 13th we go, and the closer, Luke Gregerson, comes on to work it.
Been waiting all day to come in this game.
Some of the folks have decided they're going to Disneyland for that, on that home run by Correa.
We've gotten a lot of requests for us to sing too.
Yeah.
They're just as delirious as we are, I guess.
Dream On.
That'd be a good one. You could sing that.
Could you get Harry Carey to sing a song for us?
No.
Oh?
Harry doesn't sing. He needs a couple of his buds to show up for that to happen.
Yeah, well, they generally show up, and so I was kind of curious if they might have done so here.
Tell you what, I was ready to sing Wish Upon a Star to get this thing going.
You know what? With Carlos Correa coming on now, he'll be at shortstop. That moves Marwin Gonzalez defensively into left field. And along with the insertion of Luke Gregerson, I think we are caught up. 8-5 here in the 13th. Winning will cure all problems. And this would be a nice win to pick up In the length of this game, maybe easy to forget that the winner of this game wins the series 2-1.
It's a big deal. That's what A.J. Hinch has been talking about, win each series.
The tweets have become rather dazzling here.
They are good. Our fans are great. Those are the ones we like reading. They've been good all game. They've been good all the last couple seasons, but today has been extra special.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying just sticking in on this ball game and watching the Astros take a shot to pick up another W. For the Astros, it would be the 22nd on the year. There's a head start toward it, out number 1, as C.J. Cron goes down on strikes.
Right fielder, number 56, Cole Calhoun.
What do we have?
That's a good one. Yep.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, come on.
I think they did want to hear us sing.
I don't know. I think Clayton's onto something there.
And
I
do believe
the impression.
Do believe Harry would like to sing for us.
Can barely pull off the impression, let alone have him sing it. Much like Harry Carey, I'd need 6 of my buds to show up to make that happen. Hang in there.
Yeah. You know, there's only really a few of us that can verify that, but
it's good stuff. The creativity on these fans on Twitter is by far
it's really
off
beautiful.
the charts. It's incredible.
You can almost see the finish line. (3-0) now on Cole Calhoun. Boy, it looked like when Calhoun had tripled in his previous at bat, like this game was in jeopardy of heading toward the Angels. 11th inning, 1-out triple. Trout and Pujols were then passed intentionally. As ball 4 is delivered, Calhoun reaches again. But Gio Vitella struck out for a second straight at bat in a big scenario, and Ortega popped to short, and the game just moved on. And that provided Carlos Correa the opportunity to get the big swing. And now Mike Trout stands in. Need we remind you, Albert Pujols waits on deck. Big out to get. Man. One ball, no strikes. Good slider for a strike, evens the count. Luke Gregerson trying to close one down here. Line shot to center field. Marisnick gets back to make the play. And there is that big second out. Trout was not fooled.
That was a pretty good seed out there in center field, but luckily the trajectory was a little bit lower. Jake in good position to make that play. 2 outs.
Two down for Albert Pujols. Johnny Giovitello waits on deck. With a win today over the Angels, the Astros would move within a half game of LA. Strike on the inside edge. I think they're now providing lyrics for you, for Harry to sing.
There's a lot of them, aren't there?
One of the poor swings you'll see from Albert on that slider. Boy, it would really be something to not only win a game today, but to have Carlos Correa kind of regroup with that one big swing.
Get that confidence back and get that bat going.
We are approaching 5 hours, and it'll all be worth it with a W today. The 1-2 to Pujols. Hit sharply inside the bag and down the left field line. Calhoun heads for third base, and Pujols into second, and able to get into the bag just ahead of the tag by Altuve.
We've got to challenge this.
Boy, that was close. Marwin Gonzalez has a great arm, and he put one right on the money. A.J. Hinch wants to see this one reviewed.
Yeah, he didn't even bother going in and getting word from the dugout. He was immediately out.
Oh, would this be something to see Pujols thrown out trying to stretch into a double here?
Could you imagine if this game ends on this? Sneaking it inside that line, but
watch Marwin cut it loose.
He's got a great arm.
He has a cannon.
Yeah, you can't take him. Wow, that is. Oh man.
The tag missed the foot, didn't it?
Yep, I agree. Didn't put it right down in front of the base. This will give us another good look at it.
It's why you don't reach. You throw the glove right down in front of the bag.
Yeah, you go in front of the bag and then find the runner.
Yep. And I have a feeling that's not going to get overturned based on what we just saw.
Too bad, because Marwin put a great throw on that. We know that, well, you and I know, we have a chance to watch him getting loose before games, and he lets it fly every once in a while. He has a cannon from short and third.
You do some of the home games, and they do those pregame drills and stuff, and on occasions Marwin will just air stuff out. And he'll make you kind of wake up as a former player. You go, oh my gosh, this guy can throw with the best of them.
Yeah, much like you can watch BP and hear the sound of some guy's swings off the bat, and you're like, wow, this guy's got some pop. That's how Marwin's arm is. He lets it go, and all of a sudden it's just on the guy at first base.
You're talking about George Springer and BP?
Yeah, George, Carlos Correa, those guys. There's just a certain crispness to the way the ball comes off their bat. But the way the ball comes out of Marwin Gonzalez's hand, he can let it go. Get it?
Yeah, I heard that a little earlier. I haven't seen much action on your part, or Harry Carey's for that matter. Umpire still conferring with the folks in New York. I don't know.
Much closer than we anticipated. I thought the tag, like you, that it was up around the knee on Albert Pujols, and he got in there.
Yeah, if that tag goes right down in front of the bag, I think we're at the end of the ball game.
Yeah, because I didn't realize how much the ball beat him until we saw it on the replay.
It happens quickly when you watch full speed. He's safe at second base. It is a double for Pujols. Albert looking toward Marwin Gonzalez and kind of having some fun, but Albert almost had egg on his face. And Marwin showing that doesn't matter where you put him, he can play. So the Angels threatening here in the 13th inning, runners at second and third. They ultimately mean nothing. Johnny Giovatella is everything right here. As Gregerson gets in front, 0-1. Giovatella hitting .289. Down in the count, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. And the slider fouled back. Giovotella had a hit back in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 5 on his day. Couple of strikeouts. And boy, were they big in the outcome of this game. Holds the bat back. One and 2 the count. Gregerson rubs up the baseball. A.J. Hinch obviously intent on what happens here. The 1-2. And now 2-2. Evan Gattis behind the dish all day long. Rafael Ortega waiting on deck.
It's amazing how nothing is easy for these Houston Astros, is it?
It just,
man,
it works that way, doesn't it?
Just a grind.
In the dirt, scoots on by. And now a run scores as Pujols moves into 3rd. So Calhoun, able to score run number 6, ultimately doesn't mean a thing in the scope of this ball game. But that 3-2 count's starting to be meaningful now. The wild pitch scores the run. Gregerson brings the 3-2. Got it. Fastball blown by. And the Astros able to pick up a big win here in Anaheim as they win at 8-6. Luke Gregerson picks up the save, number 12 on his season. And Carlos Correa, the swing of the afternoon. This is a nice one to pick up.
Hi, everybody. It's an Astros win.
Harry, sing something for us, will you?
A 1, a 2. Man, I'm glad those Astros won that ball game right there.
Oh, boy, 8-6 is that final. Enjoy this one. It's going to be a much nicer ride to Arizona than it otherwise might have been.